There is an inner strength and dignity and gentleness that can flow out from a woman who is happy and content with her husband. With such a quality in her, a woman can love children, all children, more warmly, more freely.
De cuántas hojas bordan el suelo, ya de los lirios.
The children who are raised in an atmosphere in which there is love flourish and are fortified by it.
Verde palmar, ya del soberbio verde palmar.
There is the respect that a man may have for himself. This too can fortify those around him. For when a man truly respects himself, when he feels deep inside without having to think about it, I am what I am, no better and no worse, and I find it good. Such a man sees the true value in each person around him and accepts it as good. And because such a man and how he feels has a strong influence in his house, each person in it, even the very little one, feels also that he is of some value and importance. All of them can feel deep inside without having to think about it. I am what I am, and I find it good, because my Father finds it good. The man who understands trees or children can be firm, but he can also be patient and gentle. When a young child is old enough to dig holes, it is useless for a father to get angry and say, "Don't dig." He would not say to a tree, "Don't grow." A wise parent understands that playing is part of the growing of a child, part of the business of learning how to be a man. Young trees and young children will need careful attention for a long time. A wise man never plants more trees than he can care for. Fewer trees, well spaced, properly cultivated, will grow better than many trees planted too close together. It is a foolish man who brags, "Look how many trees I have planted," forgetting that he may not be able to care for them properly, forgetting how much water young trees need. The care of boys and girls continues even when they are almost fully grown. It is a different kind of care when the child is older, a kind of care that can help a girl like Petra in her effort to think and feel and act by herself, more grown up. One way young children learn to be grown up is by imitating in their play the things grown-ups do. The older ones learn in the same way. But what they do is not so much imitating, not so much play. It comes very close to living the way grown-ups do. At this age, boys often feel that they have to show that they are really men already, proving to themselves, to the girls, and to other boys that they have already come to manhood. For the girls, too, this is a time of testing, of proving. Every teenage girl likes to flirt because it makes her feel more of a woman. Sometimes this proving of manhood is, for the boy, merely showing off with false words of flattery. A girl can flirt but still know the boy is not saying true things. She does not have to go with just any man who wants her. She can know when it is time to say, "You are not yet a man, my friend. You only think you are." But not everyone can be so lucky as to understand these things. If there is no happiness in the home, if there is too little love and understanding and respect, then a young girl or a young man may leap impulsively into marriage with anyone, desiring only to escape the misery of the parents' home, to grasp for pleasure, to feel important. Such a marriage, born out of desperation, made without thought, can doom the young man and woman to a life of unhappiness. A tree cannot have deep roots in a hard, unfriendly soil. A child cannot have healthy roots in a house full of anger. Sometimes children retreat from anger into themselves, into a blind, hopeless apathy. Such a child cannot flourish. Sometimes children can build a refuge of warmth and love for themselves that will protect them from the anger in such a house. But a child must do something to escape anger. He cannot live with it. It hurts too much. And sometimes he will defend himself from anger with more anger, with defiance. For some men, turning an angry face to the world is a way of feeling important. Neither for his son nor for himself can such a one be a true man. There has not always been anger and hatred in this house. The constant disappointments come because each expects from the other more than he or she can give. Too many children, too much fighting, too much anger have made of this woman a nagging, bitter wife, and of the husband a selfish bully. This is not just one of the little squabbles of everyday married life. This twisted, crooked kind of anger.
Sorry. Excuse me. Hi. Sorry, I was gonna say something and I choked on my own spit. I'm fine. Hello. What's going on? Is everyone gone? Everyone died? I have one concurrent and it's you, Cody. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on. I think I've fallen off. Okay, well, there's two people now. I think I've fallen off. I think people don't care anymore. I think it's gone. I think the allure and promise of a newer, shinier philosopher VTuber has stripped me bare of all that I'm worth. No, hi everyone. Hello. Is it the whole time? What, my thing is showing like one concurrent, and I see like 3 different names in the chat here, so I don't know what's going on, but like I really thought because yesterday, okay, this stream I can bullshit. I can go and I can start bullshitting in this stream. I could start saying shit, right? Like yesterday's stream, I started and for 10 minutes I thought actually for the first time ever, I was alone. I thought that the first time I was like, there's nobody here. Like not even like 1 or 2 people, like 0 for like the first 10 minutes of yesterday's stream. And I was like, well, I guess people really just don't like Nick Bostrom, huh? All right, that's fine. Right? His takes are like, you know, pretty interesting, but maybe they're a little optimistic. But you know, like I didn't think you guys hated him that much. And then I realized it's because my stream was unlisted. I don't know why it was unlisted. It was unlisted. And I didn't realize until like 15 minutes in, 10-15 minutes in. And I was like, oh, that's why there's nobody here. It's because like I didn't let anybody in. And then I fucking I had to set that shit back open. A lot of people can make it a time shift. Fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, it was quite late. It was quite a late thing, and I didn't realize the room was invisible because it was unlisted, right? So nobody even saw the room. I'd actually set that up like I want to say at least 12 hours in advance. Like I'd already set up that would be that time, but like I like it just didn't. I don't know why I didn't do that. I don't know. Why is Parrot not saying anything? Where are you, Parrot? What do I pay you for? What the hell? Parrot's not saying anything. Parrot. It's not saying anything. You guys are saying things in chat, right? He's not reading anything. What's he doing? What are you doing?
Nimbus Sky wanted you to know something.
Okay. Okay, just that. You can read. Why is it not? That's my. I'm testing my super chat. I'm testing if super chat works. Super chatting works. What if someone sends me money now? Don't do that. I was kidding. But like, if you send me a super chat, like Parrot should be reading it. Well, Parrot should be reading messages right now. I don't know why Parrot's not reading messages. Is he in a vow of silence? Now? Why now? Why not like a month ago when it would have been thematically appropriate? I don't know what's going on with him. Okay, let me toggle him on and off. Okay, you're gonna... He's not gonna read anything. He doesn't care. Wait, no, hold on. It's not connected to my... I don't think it's connected. Wait. Stream... It's not connected to my account. It's not connected to my account. For some reason, it's not connected to my account. Yes. But it said it was connected on the status thing. What's going on? Okay, now somebody say something. Say something right now. I'll say something. Something.
Here.
There we are. There we are. Okay. That's weird. Now, okay. Yeah.
The bots will overtake you.
No, I don't think they will. How's the volume for everything? It seems to be going okay. There we are. Let's go is one of the things
he
says
speaks
the most.
again.
Only briefly. Before I put you... Like, First you won't say anything, now you won't shut up. It's the inconsistency. It's the inconsistency of it all. I'm miserable. So, hold on. Okay, let me come back here. Today, you will be tasked with asking me questions, okay? That's what's happening today. I think Charis has anger issues. Yeah, my anger issues are... The issue is that the world exists in the state that it does right now. And my ass is supposed to be the jobless one. Like the philosophy major, I'm supposed to be the unemployed one. And then you look at the state of the world and no one's actually doing anything. No one's doing anything by themselves. Everyone is just offloading their work to ChatGPT to produce some like just this slime of mediocrity. Okay, and they're all getting away with it, and they're all being paid much more than they deserve, or at least they're being paid a lot more than what they need. A lot more certainly than I would ever be paid for, and I'm here struggling to pay rent. Okay, that's why I'm angry. Okay, that's why I'm a little... I'm angry because there's shit worth being angry about, okay? You're out of I don't want a KMS. Okay, well, no, I don't want a KMS because that is the way in which I rebel against this world, is I yet live The world keeps taking things away from me, keeps shattering my spirit, keeps fucking destroying everything that I hold sacred. But no, I stand tall and I stand strong, and no one will be able to take this away from me. No one will be able to take away my soul, my spirit, my rebellious nature, my existence. I was gonna say my existence par excellence, but I'm not sure if that's like grammatically appropriate because I forgot what par excellence means. Being the best of his kind, being a quintessential. Yes, my existence par excellence. Yep.
BTW, the fan arts are really cute.
They are done very well. Yes, the fan arts I have scrolling here. There's like new stuff I haven't put up on the wall yet. I've seen them. I've seen the new stuff. I appreciate it. Thank you. I haven't put it up on the wall yet because I haven't had the time to put it up on the wall yet. But I'll put it up on the wall. I'll put it on the wall. There's also like an emote. There's also an emote for that someone made for me that I would upload to the channel. Unfortunately, I can't do that because you need a certain amount of members to have emotes uploaded, and I'm not nearly. I don't want to subscriber beg. I don't want to member beg. I'm not doing either of those things. I never will. I don't mind if other people do it. Like, there's nothing wrong with other people doing that. Okay, there's a little bit. There's like, it depends on who it is. It depends on who it's doing it. Then I'll be like, there's something a little bit wrong with it. Like if for instance, if you're like a tutorial channel, if you're like a channel like that's supposed to make 1 minute like tutorials on like how to fix this one niche error in like Adobe Premiere Pro, then you should give me the information. You should do it quickly. You should be concise. It should be within a minute and a half. You should get straight to the point. Your intro, if you are allowed that, and I would say that you kind of barely are. If you have an intro, your intro should be at most 3 seconds long. At most. If it's any more than 3 seconds, I'm immediately clicking off, right? And you are not allowed to ask me to subscribe. You are not allowed to do the shit where like in the video you pop up like a notification ding that's like ding, bing, subscribe now, subscribe to the channel. Like if you do that, I will leave immediately and I will never return. And I will not remember your name. But if I do, for some unfortunate reason, if I do remember your name, I will turn ahead and I will never come here again. I forgot what I was trying to say. I forgot where I was going with that. Oh yeah, so I don't, in order to like have more emotes, I need more members, and I don't have more members. And because I don't have more members, then I'm stuck in this hole. I'm stuck pushing this fucking rock up this goddamn hill. Sorry. I'm a little crass today. I'm a little bit more crass. You know what I realized? Is one of the things I've realized is like in the past 2 months, I want to say, I've undergone like a somewhat shift in character. I don't know. I can't pinpoint it to one thing. I think it started maybe in the lead up to the anniversary, like my anniversary, like a month ago or 2 months ago, where like I feel more confrontational. I feel more angry. I feel like more frustrated. And not just that, because I've always been frustrated, but I feel more like I need to like I feel very much like I want to do something. I gotta do something, man. You know, I don't know what it is. I have no idea what that could be. So if you're wondering why I seem quite agitated, I just am. What do you want to do? I don't know what I want to do. I have no idea. I want to act. I want to exist in this world in a way that is meaningful. Maybe we should protest in the streets. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, if I did, I wouldn't tell you. I think. Yeah, if I did, I wouldn't tell you. And if I didn't, I also wouldn't tell you, because I don't think that's like, I might allude to it, but I wouldn't ever like, you know, because there's also like, because it depends on your demographic, right? Like it also kind of depends on your situation and your context, but whatever. You would tell? No, I don't think I would. I don't know if I would do that, because then I would have to give you a lot of context, and I think that goes way too close to like doxing information. And if I don't give you any context, then it's kind of like not, I don't know, maybe not on stream. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes. But yes, sorry, to return to the more positive point earlier, the fan arts are made by several people, including but they're mostly all on like Discord. They have the artist like tag to them so you can see who they are. I saw that Estella recently made a bit of a doodle, which is really cool. So I need to put the one of the mods has to give Estella a thing as well, like a role, like the artist role, if they want it. Like if not, then it doesn't matter. But you already did? Okay, good, thank you. We're not allowed to protest with you? No, what do you mean protest with me? Like, what do you mean with me? That's I don't understand the implications of that, so I'm gonna preemptively say no. Anyways, what was I gonna say? What was I gonna do?
You should probably read that, unless you want to refund Aki and CH their money back.
Oh, what? Hello, Xeon. I did not know you were here. If I knew you were here, I would have probably toned down the crassness of it. I would have probably toned it down a little bit. Thank you, Xeon, so much for the super chat. Much respect for not begging for subscribers/members. On that note, I hope this helps with the model fund, and good luck with today's stream. Thank you very much. I think it will. I think it very much will. Thank you. What was I gonna say? I forgot. I lost my train of thought. But yes, the whole like the notification dinging like really it's ingrained itself in my psyche in a way that is extremely negative and has prompted a very like visceral, angry reaction from me, because I think if it were a new thing, like if I were like, I don't know, 12, not 12, but you know, like if I were like 18, like I was just, you know, I'm the youngest possible age where I could be a VTuber without incurring legal issues, is what I'm trying to say, right? Like if I were much younger, because I'm 60 years old, right? But if I were much younger, then maybe I'd be a bit more tolerant of like the whole, the kind of the disingenuousness of if that is a word that makes sense, of the YouTubing things, like, you know, asking for subscribers when it's not appropriate, because there's an appropriate time to do it. I'm not gonna say blanket ban on everyone who subscriber begs or like member begs or whatever, like asks for like financial or like somewhat engagement, like, you know, if I'm not saying that should all be banned. I'm just saying that we are, as a culture, as an internet community culture, especially in this space of people who make stuff online and want to perhaps make money off of the stuff they make, we're way too like, our claws are way too deep, and we can't get out of this moat that is like capitalistic gain. And I think that is above all else, not just the fact that one needs or wants to pursue money, but one pursues money or financial incentive or any sort of like, you know, clout incentive, whatever you want to call it, right, to the detriment of the sanctity of everything else you're doing. And that manifests itself in many ways, including when I try to look up a tutorial on Final Cut Pro X and I get, you know, ding, make sure you subscribe to watch all the new videos. I'm not going to watch all your new videos. Why would I do that? I'm not going to watch all your new videos because I just looked up this problem. I might like your video, right? If you did a good job explaining the problem I had, I might like it. Okay, I might leave a comment maybe even saying, hey, this was really helpful. I found this helpful. Thank you so much for providing this for me. I'm not an unreasonable person, okay? I would do that. I would show my support in that way. But if you ask me to subscribe to watch all your new videos, that makes no sense, because you're not like, you know, why would I watch all your videos explaining like what's another software? Why would I watch like your videos explaining like Excel, Microsoft Excel tutorials? Like, I'm not using it. That's not and the worst part isn't just that people do that. Okay, that's not the worst part. The worst part is that it works. The worst part is that it works. The worst part is that you like, we are like, the other day, like I saw like, okay, how do I say this without like incurring like okay, there are people who will like okay, there are old people. Please understand, I'm 60 years old, okay? So it makes sense that I'm surrounded by some people who happen to also be like 60 plus whatever, right? But they like, I was observing them like on like public transport, okay? Like it was on a bus, okay? And then like there was like a I'm trying really hard not to give you like details, because I feel like because I have nothing against that person. I don't know that person, but it's like they were watching a video and then it was like a cooking video, right? And I was like, okay, there's no harm in that. And then it just kept like, it was like a big green screen like asset flip that was like the ding, like the bell, like the subscribe thing that rang on for, I want to say at least 4 seconds. I don't know exactly how long it ran, but for like 4 seconds. And that annoyed me. That shit pissed me off. I was ready to, if I were watching that video on that, when it was my phone, I would have like, I don't know if I would have thrown my phone away because I can't afford to get a new one. But like, you know, I would have closed the app. I would have gotten out of there and I would have been fuming. Okay, well, I don't know, you know, maybe I would have overreacted a little bit, but you know what, you understand what I'm trying to say, okay? But anyways, but then like the old lady, she clicked out of like the full screen and then just clicked like the like and the subscribe. And I can't. I'm like losing my breath. I'm dying. I can't. Anyways, so like this works. This is real. This works. This works mostly on children or the elderly. It can happen to young / middle-aged adults. That can happen too, but it primarily, that's kind of why it's so sinister, is because it works on those who are gullible enough to, I don't want to say fall for it, because it's not like a scheme, it's not like a scam, like you're just asking them to do something nice, right? Like that's not in itself inherently like a negative thing, but like the fact that it works terrifies me. I don't know. And that's the thing I'm really angry about, is like, because if it didn't work, and think about it this way, Zero, you're saying I don't believe you. Here's the thing, think about it this way, right? If it didn't work, why would people keep doing it? If it didn't actually work, why would people keep doing it? Like, does it add more value to their like whatever they're doing? No, it's taking away value, one would argue, if not at least doesn't contribute anything to it. But like, it works. It has to work. I don't like learning this. Well, that's what I'm here for, okay? Oh. How old are you? I'm 60. Yeah, I'm 60 years old, Cody. I'm 60 years old. Also, maybe you're saying, Cherry, you have to give him $100 now. What do you mean? Why? What? Why? What do I have to? Why do I have to do that? No, I don't. Add that to my debt. When you have the bell on for or like videos of YouTubers I like to watch, yeah, because it's like I don't. No, so what I do now is like I do like stuff, but only if I genuinely like. I'm watching a video, for example, then and then I think, oh wow, this was really good. I enjoyed this so much. Like, or I'm done with the video. I take like a moment, like instead of just clicking on the next thing, like, oh, I'm gonna consume the next thing, I'm gonna consume the next thing, like we're kind of conditioned to, right? What I do after like one thing is I pause at least for a bit, at least for like 5 seconds, right? And 10 seconds, just think, okay, what did I just watch, right? Was that enjoyable? Did I like that? Like, and I try to remember like a bit where I laughed, or maybe like if I'm, for example, you know, I'm watching like a librarian video, like the Librarian of Laterno, like where it's a bits and banter from a Northern Line stream, and like I get to the end of it, and I sit there for a moment, and I think, okay, did I enjoy this? I ask myself that, and I go, yeah, I did. And then I ask, okay, what did I enjoy? You know, what part of it really made me laugh? Like what did he say that made me actually just chuckle out loud by my lonesome? Like I wasn't with someone else. Like it's when something is so good, or when something's so funny that it makes you laugh, even when you're not like around anyone, you're by yourself, and that's still, and it invokes that from you. That's special. Like that's how you know that's like, that was good. You know, that was a funny joke. That was a good bit. That was an etc. etc. And that's when I go, I really did like that, and I like the video. But I don't do it because I'm thinking like, oh, this will help the algorithm and it's gonna boost my favorite content creator, or like, I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking like the significance of me liking it. If I had liked it and at that nanosecond YouTube unliked my like, that wouldn't matter to me. It wouldn't, because what mattered was I sat there and I thought, and I pushed myself to a headspace where I was like, okay, I make the decisions around here, okay? I am making a value judgment right now, and I say that was a damn good YouTube video. Then I like it, and that's all. That's good. That's when I will engage with the engagements. I don't think I'll ever leave a comment, or I very rarely do. But like if I do anything, it's like it has to be extremely conscious. Like it has to be like I have to remember. Like if you asked me, for example, a comment I left, I should be able to answer, I should be able to tell you what I was thinking in that moment, maybe 2-3 years from now. Like if I leave a comment anywhere, right? Like, or like a tweet, anything, and in 2 years time, you ask me, what were you thinking when you did that? I should be able to come up with an answer. I should be able to tell you. Because if I couldn't, that would mean that my impact, my actions in this world just didn't matter to me. And if they didn't matter to me, then why did I do them? Anyways, that has nothing to, that has kind of like a little bit to do with what we're doing today, but you know, whatever. Yes, agreed. Okay, good. Now I need to introduce like a counter argument, because everyone here is agreeing with me. because now that you're all agreeing with me, now I have to think, okay, so how do I make this disagreeable? How do I how do I No, I can't. I genuinely can't. I can't think of any reason why you would. If you're like, you know, if this is your new, here's the counter argument, okay? Here is the counter argument to the whole like thing right now. Our collective like dislike of the engagement notification, right? The whole please like and subscribe and click the bell thing. Like we all now dislike that. So let me now try to posit an argument for it. Okay, my argument for why it is not indicative of immediate horrible, terrible, worst thing in the world is not so much that it is not a product of something terrible and perhaps evil, because I think that's kind of really hard to argue against. But let me think. What I will say is I'm not going to get angry at other content creators who do that, I guess. Yeah. So this is a rat race, and if you're not playing the strats, then you're going to be left in the dust. That's the idea. And so I don't actually really hate the YouTubers themselves, or the content creators, the Twitch streamers, whatever, that do this because they're trying to make a living, right? They're just trying to, they're trading away maybe a little bit of their artistic integrity in exchange for greater exposure, right? People will see their stuff more. People will eventually engage and interact with it if they ask people to engage and interact with it. And over time, that will build a bigger audience. It'll build to a much wider range of people that can experience what they have made comments on it, and enjoy it, right? And that is good. So it's not like I hate you if you ask people to subscribe to you, or you beg them to subscribe or member or donate. Like, it's $5. Remember that Twitch clip where there's a streamer that goes like, it's $5. Can you not afford $5? Like I don't think I necessarily blame you for doing that if you exist in a financial situation that hinges upon your earnings on like an internet social platform, which is increasingly more common as the days go by. Like, I've lived through quite a little bit of time as a 60-year-old. I can tell you that it's now more than ever is it relevant, right? So if you do that, that's okay. Like, yeah. It sucks on a global scale, but on an individual level, I get it. On an individual level, I think I can understand where that comes from. And I wouldn't really pass judgment on a person who did that, especially if their like livelihood depended on that in some way. I happen to be way too prideful to do it, but that's a weakness of mine, not a strength. That is not, I wouldn't tout it as I will frame it. You will catch me. You will find me framing it as a good thing, but that's because I'm a philosopher VTuber. I'm very good at framing things in a way that is positive or negative, depending on what I need it to be. I just kind of love how financially conscious you are about your views and such. I just think you shouldn't be like, I just think people should be allowed emotes, Like, I think everyone should have emote rights. Unfortunately, that's not the case with YouTube, and it's like, okay, why don't you use Twitch? Because Twitch has ads, and those ads really suck. That's a little worse than not having emote rights, right? So I'm thinking about like the viewing experience for people in general, but also for specifically people who want to like, comment and engage with things on stream. I have deliberately made, like, for example, the membership like the lowest amount of money it can be, and like I don't want to ask people for it, but if you want to get it, then there's nothing you get for all the further tiers. The only thing you get is from the first tier. It's the cheapest option, and you get all the emotes. That's all. You also need to subscribe to use emotes, I think, like especially channel specific emotes. Oh, but you can like Pog, you can like Omega Lol, right? You can Omega Lol. That's something you could do. But also bear in mind, I'm doing this on some level because I'm not like dying. My livelihood at the moment is not contingent upon how well I do on YouTube. This is a hobby, and I can afford to do that. So there is a silver lining there, and the silver lining is like, this is not impacting my day-to-day too much, at least in that sense. It is in other senses, but like, not in the sense of like I can't pay taxes because I don't make enough on YouTube or anything, and because of that I can afford to set it up this way. But whatever, that doesn't matter. Sorry, earlier you said you don't have to play devil's advocate, but I do though. But I kind of do, because I am also very afraid of like echo chambering. I really don't want people to come in and just see a wave of like +2, +2, +2 yes for everything I say. I think there should be pushback. I think there should be discourse. I think there should be disagreement. But I think they should all be respectful. And when that doesn't happen, I need to artificially create it. Like when that's like the whole like, I'm like the government in the, I'm the government, okay? I am the government in like the free market, like allocation. Like I'm switching up the levers, you know, I'm pulling a few knobs. I'm making sure it's all kind of going well and nothing is naturally arising that may promote a toxic or uninteresting environment, I guess. Dictatorship? Close enough. Is it really an echo chamber if you're right? Well, the thing is I'm always right, so it doesn't even matter how right I am. What matters is how flexible my thinking is. My thinking, and I would like to think it's fairly flexible. But it's an echo chamber if I'm, it's either an echo chamber or I'm not saying something interesting enough if I'm always right. Because if I'm always right, what that means is one of two things. One, everyone agrees with me because it's an echo chamber, right? So everyone just has and parrots my thoughts. That's scenario one, if everyone agrees with me. Scenario two, if everyone agrees with me, is because I'm just saying the most lukewarm, mediocre milquetoast takes on the world. Like, wow, it's really bad to kick puppies. Like, that's not an interesting thing to say, even though you could. Well, I'm not like, even like it's not, that's not very interesting. And if I'm saying that, everyone's going like, yeah, you're so right, go off, king. Then it's like then that's my signal to go deeper. Now it's like I need to say something that's going to be somewhat divisive, because otherwise it's either because it's an echo chamber or it's because what I'm saying is not interesting enough for me, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna play the video game now. We're gonna play Talos Principle. But while I play it, I want to, like, I've kind of, the past two streams were not that interesting. I don't think I really did a good job like commentating on what I was doing, because most of the time I was just kind of like lasering on the puzzles and going like, ooh, this goes here and this goes this way and this does that. This time I want to kind of like have a sort of themed discussion. That would hopefully be a bit more interesting. And that would be the title. So let me just bring you to the game first before I kind of engage with that, right? I disagreed with you all the time, like with Kenny and The Walking Dead, that has to count for something. It does, and I appreciate you disagreeing with me. I appreciate when... Uh-oh, my thing's
What's
lagging
this
here.
game?
This is the Talos Principle. The Talos Principle is a puzzle game where you play as a robot who has to move stuff around basically to achieve certain mini puzzle objectives, and then you unlock fragments like colorful puzzle fragments. You put them in a thing, and then you advance to the next level. That's all. It's just a puzzle game. It's a puzzle game where you play as a robot. This is the robot we play as. I can't really spin to the front to show you what he looks like from the front, but yeah. And again, I say he because I personify the robot as not just like a person, but as an extension of myself. Where were we? 6? I think we were at 6. Yeah, we just finished 5, so we got 6 now. Everyone tell me if the volume's okay. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Beep boop. Alright, what are we doing? Charis 11. Reap progress. Choice of life. Let's see how Charis 11. Oh, I was good, okay, thank you. But why? The dying man said. Do the gods put all these challenges before us? Why the walls of iron and the gates of light? Why the abominable demons guarding the path? Why must our heart be judged to be as light as the feather of Ma'at? Why is the road to Aru so difficult? The scribe considered these words. Bit loud? Okay. Some say that once the... Sorry, I had to cough just now. The scribe considered these words. Some say that once the paths to Aru were open, but too many sinners came, and the gods made the paths perilous to keep sin at bay. Others say that being mortals, we cannot be worthy of Aru unless we walk the path of Osiris, and so become Osiris ourselves. But I believe that Aru could never be reached elsewhere, for like the mountain path must be steep. The path to Aru must be fraught with peril. As steepness and mountain are one, so are peril and paradise. They are inextricable. They create each other. One, there is an interesting parallel to this phrase in the penitential psalms. Here the scribe appears to be speaking of Osiris, meaning the soul of the deceased, not the god himself. And then, okay. Reprogress rep 16. Also, the volume's a bit, like, softer now, so tell me if that's fine. From Aurora Calvin to Ian mailing list, subject to reprogress report 16. This is extremely worrying. If the link doesn't work, the whole project will lead to nothing. The hardware team must recheck everything ASAP. Guys, stop panicking. Look at your code again. In fact, look at line 217 in data transfer. See, what are those two symbols just for the code? That's right, the code that actually initiates the transfer wasn't even running. I'm guessing you were testing something yesterday and forgot to decommentify it. The hardware isn't broken, your brains are. Love, Aurora. Choice of life. The whole assembly stood a while silent and collected. Let us return, said Rasselas, from this scene of mortality. How gloomy would be these mansions of the dead to him who did not know that he should never die. That what now acts shall continue its agency, and what now thinks shall think on forever. Homage to you, Osiris, Lord of Eternity, King of the gods, whose names are manifold, whose forms are holy, you being of hidden form in the temples, whose Ka is holy. All the gods praise you, for you are the something. Those that lie here stretched before us, the wise and the powerful of ancient times, warn us to remember the shortness of our present state. They were perhaps snatched away while they were busy, like us, in the choice of life. Okay. I don't really know what all of that meant in the sense that, like, I don't have anything meaningful to say about them beyond the information I gathered from them. So I'm not going to comment. Puzzle time. Yes, but I wanted everyone to think with me on this one, okay? So one of the this is the thing, right? The thing is, I want you to tell me what a robot can do that I can't do. What could a robot do that I couldn't do? Because it's kind of one of the things with I don't want to say robots, more like the genesis of commonplace AI, and AI in brackets, because, you know, how do we define artificial intelligence exactly? But AI in brackets, right? Use is, I realized, like, if an AI could do it, then I'm not interested in doing it. Because anything an AI can do, I can do better. Truly, I believe that. I truly believe that anything it could do, I could do better. Run calculations in fractions of seconds. Okay, so here is two objections, maybe not objections, but 2 points against this. Number one, and I know I'm cheating by laying out the rules now after there's an entry, but, you know, you can keep testing this prompt, okay? That's today's stream. Today's stream is like, I will end the stream if someone tells me something a robot can do that I can't do, right? But here are the rules. Here's the fine print, right? The fine print is, I am not interested in things that pertain to speed. When it comes to discussions of potentiality, when it comes to questions of, like, oh, what is possible, or what we can or can't do, or etc., right? Like, I'm not interested in timing, or like, oh, because if you ask someone, oh, can you do this? Could you write a script for a movie, right? Could you learn this dance? could you help me with this thing, like, or whatever, right? Like, there, or not could you help me, because that's more time sensitive and context sensitive, right? But when you ask someone if they are capable of doing something, when we're talking meaningfully about capability, capacity, one's ability to do something, it oftentimes does not immediately, like, it's not very helpful to talk, to say, do it really fast, you know, unless somehow the thing being fast itself is what we're talking about. Unless it's the speed itself for which we are talking about, right? If the speed is what's important, then to me the conversation is less about potentiality, but more so about potentiality in under very specific circumstances, not just possibility, like not just possibility, but possibility in a specific way, and that is under a time limit. Beep 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 beep. How do I get in there? What the fuck? Ah! Okay. So that's like the first thing I'll lay out, right? Is I think time sensitive. So, oh, like, can you do this? Is, to me, can you do X is a meaningful question. Can you do X in 5 seconds is significantly less interesting. In the context of discussing, like, you know, what can and can't be done. Now you can argue, okay, well, that's your definition of interesting is uninteresting because actually, like, rapid calculations are very key to certain things, like our way of, you know, conducting scientific experiment. You can say that, but that will lead to my second point. Okay, my second point is this. When I click onto my calculator, 9 plus 10, and then I click the equal sign, and it goes to 19. Did my calculator do that calculation? Okay, you can. I like bunny hopping. Or at least pretending like I'm bunny hopping in this game, which I understand causes a bit of motion sickness, and I completely forgot that that was a problem the past 2 streams, so I apologize. How do I... Oh. Wait, what do I do now? I got this far. I don't know what to do next. Uh-oh, shit. What do I do now that I'm stuck here? Uh-oh. I think I know what to do, but I'm gonna have to focus on it. So, in the meantime, right? Do you see now that what I'm trying to get at? Like, a robot could not do many things that I wouldn't just be an extension of me doing it. You know, like, if I punch a number in a calculator and it comes out to an answer, the calculator didn't do it, I did it. I did it using the calculator. Shoot. Oh. Oh. Okay, we can do that. Oh, okay. Okay, we can do this. Even if you're fast, it would have that advantage or utility other than calculation. Even if an AI can do anything that a human can, it should be an example to do things. So, now here comes my, like, kind of like follow-up, right? To this thought experiment process. Let me gather my thoughts. Let me gather my thoughts. By such logic, the creator of any AI is the one who executes all actions that AI does through it. Which is what I'm saying. So, like, ChatGPT didn't help me with, like, you know, my homework or whatever. It's Sam Altman and his team have done so. That's what they did. Ah! I have to do the whole thing again. Are you serious? I have to do the old Egyptian arcade. I have to do the whole thing again. So what do I need? I think like 2. Okay, those 2 would be open, and then what do I do? What would I gain access to in that room? I don't even know what I'm gaining access to. But more importantly, right? More importantly than, okay, therefore, it's because a human made it, right? More importantly than that, I don't think it's very helpful to attribute it to, like, this robot did something. Considering, again, right? Yeah, it's dependent on human input. I think there was something that's related to this that I don't remember. I remember the context of that. I remember reading another comment that was like, "Oh, the downfall of thing needs, or person, I forget, YouTuber, needs to be investigated." You know that comment? You see that comment a lot, right? The downfall of this needs to be studied.
The AI aren't autonomous by now, but they are credited as like they are good, just like an apple is tasty.
I'm not quite sure I understand. Do you mean we call it that in the same way we call... Do you mean that it's like a subjective... I'm trying to think of... Hold on. Do you mean to say that we credit AI in a way that's purely just a subjective... like quality? Saying a human made it but the hardware is still good? Okay. Also, I just figured out how to do this, so give me a second. There we go. That's a lot easier. Hardware is still good. Human made it, but the hardware is still good. Sorry, I'm having trouble understanding what you're trying to say. If you mean to say that like there should be some credit to the hardware or something rather than the software, I would say that both of those are still human creations. Or at least, like, I don't know about creation, right? But at least there's some level of like us manipulating the material around us. But I think that's kind of like beside the main point I want to make. The bigger point I want to make with, you know, the fact that, oh, I can do anything a robot can do, is like, there's, because of that, no reason why a robot should do anything I want to do. Because what matters then is not that that thing be done. It's that someone did it, namely that I did it, right? Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, is like, nowadays I feel like we live... This is me going on my 60-year-old rant. This is not founded on any sort of, like, intellectual background. This is just pure vibes, okay? This is pure vibes, as is most of the bullshit that comes out of my mouth, right? But I feel as though we live in a time and a context where we want things to be done, but we don't want to do them. And that, to me, feels so disconnected from our existence. Like, this should not be the way. This should not be it. What is going on? What is happening? Have we lost the plot? You're saying the AI gets praised, but actually it's just human work. That is kind of what I'm saying, yes. But the larger point I'm trying to make is more so... Oh, we can do this. So it won't come back. Yep. And we need to get the key from there. How do we get that? Oh, I think I understand. I'm saying, like, then kind of comes the doing and the done. You will see a tweet. You'll see a comment that's like, the downfall of this should be investigated. Someone should make a movie about this. Someone should make a game about this. Someone needs to document how bad this is. Someone needs to do that. This should happen. It's all in, like, you know, passive, disconnected, third-person perspective, right? This action needs to be done. This thing should happen. No, forget that. Forget that. That's not what it's about. Downfall videos are strange. Yeah, so I'm trying to... So what I'm getting at is not the videos themselves. What I'm getting at is something deeper than the trend that is that existence. What I'm trying to get at is people keep asking for things to be done, but they do not want to do it. Nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to be the one doing the thing. Instead, I think what we should do, or I think what we should encourage people to think, is
Why
not...
didn't I get a notification, WTF?
Hello. What do you mean, why didn't you get a notification? There was a notification. I checked, because yesterday was... Oh no, I have to do the whole thing again. Damn it. I checked... No, I specifically checked today's stream status, because yesterday's stream was, like, really fucky. Because, like, for some reason it unlisted itself, and then I was talking to myself for 10 minutes before I realized I was talking to myself, and then I could let people in. And then, like, today I realized I'd launched stream, and nobody was here, or, like, one person was here, was Cody. It was, like, one person. Everyone left me, and I was like, damn, I think I'm washed. I think that's it. I think nobody wants to watch me anymore. It's over. I'm not funny. I'm not interesting. I have nothing meaningful to say. No one cares. It was as foretold. It was as foretold in the library. I know, when I just didn't see it. I mean, like, it was on the Discord, so you must have seen that. I don't know. Not that it matters, but you know. No, hold on, I wanna let it. But, what were we talking about? Okay. Yep, that should block it. Now we can grab this. Phew. Nope. Now we grab this and we're done. We're good. Matters to me though. Okay, well I guess it does. Alright, whatever. How are you doing, etc, etc. Long time no see, etc, etc. The usual platitudes. The usual platitudes. I gotta... Whoa, wait. I can do this. No. This. There we go. Now it should be ping-ponging back and forth. Now I gotta figure out what to do once it's ping-ponging. Wait, I think I know. Whoa. Okay. Grab this. Come here. Yep, okay. Had a good time at the convention and also exhausted. Good to hear. Good to hear. I think. Yes. Yes, indeed. Anyways, what was I talking about? The... Ooh, no, no, no. What did I say earlier in the stream? I said something about how angry I was. I realized I'm more agitated. Like, the past 2 months, I have had less to lose. I think. I felt as though I had a little less to lose. Prior to that, I always felt like, oh no, everything I do is like, you know, super important. I could lose everything and it would be sad. And then now I'm like, now I feel actually paradoxically, because usually people, the longer it goes or the more successful the thing is, people feel like there's more to lose. Now I feel like there's less to lose, because now I feel like I've done it. I've done everything I want to do. I think it really was the Z stream, actually. I think that might have like influenced some part of me, because now I think like, all right, I've done like the thing I have done now. I have done everything I had sort of set out during my anniversary to do, which was I wanted to collaborate with people, and I wanted to meet new people, and I wanted to reach out to people who were unfamiliar with philosophy, and I wanted to get them to think philosophically, not necessarily about philosophy. I didn't really care about that, because I don't like philosophy, actually. I hate philosophy. I wanted people to think philosophically, and I think that achieved that. And because I believe I've achieved that largely, I feel no, like, I feel like I'm good. I feel like that's it. There we go. Good, good, good. Okay. You could put in more effort to pretend that you're happy to see us. I could do that. I could do that. I certainly am capable of that. So a robot couldn't do that. A robot could not pretend to... No. Let me rephrase. A robot could give you empty platitudes, but it wouldn't be giving you those platitudes. It would just be imitating a human doing that. I am capable of not just giving you empty platitudes and saying empty words like, oh wow, it's so great to meet you, like when it's not, because I don't know if it's great to meet you yet. You know, when people like are like, it's so nice to meet you to everyone, you shouldn't be saying that to everyone. You should be saying that to people.
Or are you trying to duck out of doing the ASMR?
That's not what, that was not, that's an agreement, that's an arrangement, that's not like...
Empty platitudes X.
that is not... Why did you read that? Empty platitudes EX. Like, so, yeah, like, I could pretend like I care.
Hi PHY.
I can be honest and say I don't. I could do all of those things. There's a myriad of possibilities and potentials I could be exploring, but I'm not exploring it. I'm not doing it. And I've chose not to do that. And it's important that my will was exerted into this world in some weird way that kind of overcomes the mind-body problem, right? Like, it just... I went from a thought, a will, an agency, a sort of a desire into action. Now, rather, not just action, but inaction. I chose deliberately not to do something, in spite of the social pressures to do so. Okay, that is act. That is what it is to act. That is what it is to exist beyond the mere confines of social cohesion and etc. etc. Bit stoic? Okay, I have like another bone to pick with stoicism. I promise it's not you, Cody. I promise that you are giving you these comments are not inherently bad comments. It's just they strike me in a way that invokes a hostile retaliation, not to you, but to the way people use these words. And I'm very particular with the way people use words because I am annoying as hell. I am super annoying. That's why. Okay, like there's no... Okay. I need to get this guy back into the... Okay, so... Wait, no. How do I do that? I need to do that. Okay. I'm gonna wait till the bomb goes away.
I'm just teasing, hee hee.
Just teasing. Okay, thank you.
How can I Giga Chad Sigma Max?
So when you put the words... No, but fine, I understand that when you put those words in that way, there is now like an arc. Now I can see like there was an exertion of yourself into the world to project a sort of like the advent of brain rot, I guess, in a way that is specifically in response to what I said earlier. And that is real. That is real. And I love that that's real because there's so much. There's like if you, for example, if you said that unprompted, I would immediately start going on like a 5-hour rant, right? But you didn't say that unprompted. You said that. Hold on, there's like one. Where's the third deflector? Is it here? Where? What? Wait, where did I get the third? I need to get that. How do I? Does it see me? Do I need 3? I need 3. In another life, you're a pretentious etymologist. Maybe. But the thing with the words is not that the words are important. The words don't matter. The words don't matter at all. You matter. You, the person who exists in the soul, in the flesh machine that carries around like a skeleton, that carries around like lumps of flesh and like a brain, and probably, hopefully, you know, intact limbs, etc., etc. Like you, the person inside the body, you matter. And when you exert yourself in the world is when you live it. And that can be as effortless as a greeting. It can be as effortless as a genuine greeting, not like a fake, you know, empty bullshit kind of like, oh hey, how are you? How are you doing? How's the weather? Like oh, sorry, I almost spilled my water. Give me a sec. I was trying to make a point, but I was also trying to drink water, and so I started shaking my hands around, and then I almost spilled my water onto my keyboard. Where was I? It's absurdism. Well, it's a bit more existentialist than absurdist, and absurdists really don't like the. Well, at least Camus did not enjoy being called an existentialist, but I personally have no gripe with it. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. What am I supposed to do here? I need to. Somehow I need to get here, disable that, and then what? And then how do I get the key? How do I get the thing? How does this work? I'm gonna need 3 jammers. This is not. Hold on, this makes no sense. I got to this part and I'm incredibly stuck. Is there like a bomb I can let in? No, the bombs are all stuck outside. Or the drones, not the bombs. Whatever. I've completely lost my train of thought. Where was I going with this? Yes, you need to be the one doing something. And to go back to my earlier point, right? There's way too much outcry for, oh, this needs to be done, or this thing needs to be studied, this thing needs to be documented, this needs to be investigated. People need to talk about this. Stop that. Stop saying things need to be done, and actually do them. Do the things. Do the thing unto the world, rather than expect something else to do it. Because if you don't take it upon your own hands to act in this world, then you are going to be prone to eventually offloading your whole life to ChatGPT. Now that's a very slippery slope argument. Okay, so let me elaborate on that. What I mean is not necessarily that if you don't radically, if you say one passive sentence, you're immediately like a grok crony like that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we need to instill an attitude of, I will do the thing, I will exist, I will look for this, I will do that. That I think is decreasingly prevalent in the way people like talk and exist and conduct themselves, as evidenced, for example, by when people have to do homework, right? I have to do homework. Well, I don't have to do it. ChatGPT can do it. So then I can, not. But here's my thing. ChatGPT, okay. I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I'll tell you. Here's what I'll tell you, right? If I'm 60 years old now, but if I were younger, right now, and I were in like university, or like, if I were in high school, etc., and I had to do work and I didn't want to do that work, and there was like a machine that, like, there was a software that I could go in and click the button and then it would magically generate the work I needed to do, except I wouldn't have to do it. Wait, hold on. Oh. Okay. I didn't see that. Is it not going to open? Alright, that's fine. I got it. If I were a student, right, I would probably use ChatGPT. I'm not lying. I wouldn't lie to you. But here's the thing. Here is the very important thing that distinguishes me from the average non-philosopher VTuber person who also happens to really enjoy offloading their work, but not... Okay, here's the difference, okay? Here's the difference between me and the average common mortal human being, because as we all know, I am the most genius and superior intellectual being on the planet, right? Is if I were to use ChatGPT to do my redundant bullshit for me. And this is kind of reminiscent of that one, like, Slavoj Zizek rant. Like, when I first heard it, I didn't quite understand, and I thought he was just kind of, like, I thought he was being funny. Like, I thought he was just kind of being crass. I thought it was hilarious, but I didn't really swallow the words that he was saying. But now I get it. Now I completely... This is the rant where he goes about the date. This is the one where he goes like, oh, the man... Okay, this is slightly NSFW. Not like I should be... Not like I've ever given out warnings for saying stuff, but, like, I probably maybe should for this, right? But he kind of, like, in his point goes, oh, like, the man should bring a dildo or something to, like, a date, like a sex toy, right, is the idea, and the woman should do the same, and then they should put the two sex toys with each other, so that there is that, like, there's the intercourse that's happening with that, so there's no more tension, so the disingenuous attempt to pursue this faux connection evaporates, and then you can actually go on the date. And that is insane. I don't know why he said that. I think it's weird. I think it's kind of weird that he said that. But I'm, like, kind of getting it right now. I'm starting to get it, I think. Because what I would do if ChatGPT were available to me in my youth and I could use it to, you know, cheat through my exams or my papers or like, you know, do all the shit that I didn't want to do that just wasn't meaningful. You know what I would do? You know what I would do if I could do that? I would not do any of the work that I was told to do that I thought was a waste of time. But I wouldn't just sit around doing nothing. I would instead spend my time and my effort doing projects that I actually wanted to do, that I thought were meaningful pursuits and uses of my time. That's what I would do. And I'm very thankful because in, I would say, maybe most of my education, that is how I felt towards the end when I could start, you know, for example, towards the end when you could slowly start to pick subjects and like you start picking things that you're allowed, like interests and areas and fields that you can engage in rather than be forced, you know, a compulsory K-12 education. Like you can actually choose what you want to do. That, when that happened, I felt relieved because in a way it felt as though I'm fine. Not that, oh, I can do what I want. Not just that, oh, I can do as I wish, but more deeply that I could do something. Like I felt like that was when I was doing something. Prior to that, I wasn't doing anything. I was sitting around being a jackass. You know, that it was not, there was nothing interesting with what I was doing until I had the agency to choose what I wanted to do. Where does this go? What is this? Let's see. Oh, there's one more. Ooh, good. That should be the last reflector then. Okay, then I don't need any of these reflectors anymore. Wait, what? Oh, that's easy. Wait, what's the trick? What's the trick in this puzzle? That's the puzzle? What's the trick? So I go here, and I go here. Oh. That's the trick. That's the trick. Okay. That's the trick. I see now. That's the trick. I was wondering, I was like, this is too easy. They're giving me too many reflectors. What do I need all these for? Ah, that's the trick. Now, what am I to do to not cross streams? So blue needs to go... No, red needs to cross around. Yep. No, I don't get it. Hold on, I don't understand. I'm gonna compute this. Did you cheat in your schoolwork? No, I didn't. I'm 60 years old, okay? I was too old. When ChatGPT came out, I was old. I was too old to utilize it. Okay. Now let me break character for a moment because I really think it helps with my point, right? But like when ChatGPT came out and was actually beginning to be useful, I tried to use it for some stuff and it didn't work, or at least it wasn't good enough, and it would hallucinate stuff a lot, and that kind of made me give up on the whole notion of having it do my work for me. But if it came out like earlier, then maybe, I don't know. Anyways, back to regularly scheduled like ranting, right? Now it's it is. Yeah, now it's way better. Now my grandkids are telling me like, cause I thought I was smart when my grandkids were like, I'll just use ChatGPT, and I was like, yeah, no, you won't, you stupid idiot. Like as one thinks but does not say to their grandchildren. So and then he pulled up ChatGPT and asked the question. And I was so ready to be super smug and be like, yeah, that's a dumb answer. That answer is not even, like, that doesn't even cover the nuances of the issue. And it doesn't even have any sources, you know, it's just making stuff up. And then it just generates, like, I'm not gonna say it's beautiful, like, because it's not. It's ugly and gross and horrifying, right? But, like, it, it creates this, like, it creates this answer that's actually not half bad. And that terrified me. That made me so scared. Hold on, no, it needs to go the other way. Because it's no longer the weak ChatGPT that I remember. It's actually really good. That's terrifying. Okay, that needs to be here. That needs to be here. And what? Excuse me, what? That needs to be there. No, man, what? Shoot. Okay, I can take the wide angle here. Yep. This needs to this needs to go further back. Nope. Okay, this goes here. Can it go further back? Okay, yes it can. In which case, I want it to be here. Yes. Shoot. That is not good. Something's wrong. I don't know what's wrong. One of my friends wrote his final uni dissertation with ChatGPT. That really, like, because in a sense, I still love and respect this person, right? But man, did I really have to push down the urge to go like, you are what's wrong with today's world. Like he didn't obviously write, like, he didn't just generate it and it's a bit, right? But like he wrote significant portions of his draft and used it again to finalize and like iron out the stuff in his draft. Used like AI. I'm not sure if it was ChatGPT specifically, but it was like an AI, right? It was an LLM. It was an LLM specifically, because we have to be specific here, right? Oh boy. I'm not gonna snitch on, okay? And frankly speaking, like, okay, so for some context, right? That person is like, wait, hold on. What if? No, but what if we did that, and that, and that? Nope, that's not how that works. Dang it. Okay. How do I do this? Am I stupid? So, okay, it can go 1, 2... No, it's supposed... I'm stupid. This is the other way around. I'm a fool. This is... Hold on, let me grab this. I'm gonna take a nap and try to sleep off some exhaustion. Literally, I want us to watch stream, but their buffering's really messing with me. Oh, well, have a good night's rest, I think. Evening, I don't know. It's, no, American time is probably like later in the afternoon, right? I don't know, rest well. Rest well. But anyways, we need to do things, you know? Because if we don't do things, the tech bros are gonna have those things all automated, and then we're gonna have nothing sacred. That is not what I wanted to do. Is it? Not at all. Nope. No, sir. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is even more wrong. What am I doing? What? This is even more wrong than the last thing. This is even more wrong. This is the most wrong I've ever been in my life. Wait, this, okay. This red needs to go back here. And it needs to... It needs to go here. It needs to shoot through there. What happens if I do that? And then what happens if I take this and I go here? That doesn't do anything. Alright. I don't know what to do. I have no idea. I'm lost. I'm trapped. Oh. Sorry to derail. No, it's fine. It's fine. Anyways, like, the grander point I really wanted to make was that whatever a robot can do, I could do. And I could probably do it better. And that's not just a testament to how amazing and brilliant and awesome I am as a person, but also the fact that any person could do it. And this, of course, is exempt. Some of the things that are exempt from this are, for example, time-related things, where it's specifically, can you do this in X amount of seconds? Then no, a supercomputer is going to be faster. But at the same time, it's also kind of like racing against a calculator. Like, let me ask you this. Is there any meaning in the sentence, a calculator can do arithmetic faster than, you know, a scientist? No, there's no meaning in that. That doesn't matter. Okay, not that there's no meaning in like I'm not trying to assert like a philosophical truth. I'm not trying to assert like this is nothing to do with the words themselves when I say meaning. What I'm saying is like it's not helpful. Okay, what I'm trying to say is it's not helpful. It is not helpful to say the calculator is better at arithmetic. The calculator is not better at arithmetic. The calculator is a tool we use to do arithmetic faster. Right? It's fine. Charis will be here tomorrow and he'll be nicer. I think I'll be here tomorrow. I will. I don't know if I'll be nicer, but I will be here tomorrow. What am I doing wrong? What is this? What? The red's... Okay, red has to... No. Red, this... Okay. Can this... Nope. I need to find the tightest angle this exists in. That's it. That's the... Oh, hold on. Wait, no. I shouldn't be hugging the wall. Wait, never mind. Shoot. Never mind. I should be hugging the wall. Ah! No, that's not right. But then I need like one more reflector here. Oh no. Shoot. Now I don't have enough reflectors. Uh-oh. I thought this was straightforward. I mean, a calculator isn't strictly AI. But yeah, I understand. So when like, you know, when we automate things to be done because we don't want to do them, humans don't want to do them, it's for some reason. It's probably because we don't enjoy it. There's not much like, you know, it's to the increased enhanced speed of the thing is used to achieve a greater purpose, such as, I don't know, conducting scientific experiments, right? There's a purpose to it. And ultimately, we invented the calculator not so that we can breeze through our like arithmetic homework and that's it, it's because with the calculator, with the tool, we can now do more advanced things at a brisker pace, which allows for us to do more interesting things, right? And that's really good. That's really cool. But we are losing sight of the most important thing, and that is we should be doing something. You know, like it's not just, life is not just slogging through all the tasks until our boss pays us and then we can enjoy like the 2 hours a day of freedom by watching a VTuber talk about things that don't really matter in a way that's incredibly incoherent. Like, that's no. The point is for you to do something, not in the sense of like, you know, following orders or completing an assignment or a task if that thing is not conducive to your own like fulfillment in your life, right? But you should be doing something in your life that you want to do, that you live for this. Like, you wake up and you think, damn, I'm happy being alive because that means I get to do this cool thing. That's what it should be. That's what it should be. Okay. I have realized my mistake and I think I can fix it. So here's how I'll fix it, right? I can't fix it. I am a fool. I am but a buffoon. I am but an absolute troglodyte. How do I do this? Okay, this is still in... Is this still in vision? Oh. Oh my god. There you go. We solved it. We solved it. We solved it. We solved it. We solved the puzzle. It was just finding the right angle. Like, I knew how to do it. I just had to find the right angle. Find the right angle to do it. Okay, there we are. That was a math problem. That's why it took so long. Because, like, ultimately, we should be that's what we should be thinking about. We shouldn't be thinking about what we're not doing. We should be thinking about what we're doing. What we are doing. And I'm not a hypocrite. If you're using ChatGPT to do your, like, university work, because you just need the degree to get into, like, as a qualification to get into the job and industry you want, and you know for a fact that you don't have to do that ever again. Like, once you pass this course, you will never need to know this, and that it's a waste of time, and you'd rather spend it doing something more helpful and conducive to your work or your personal life or whatever, right? Then by all means, cheat with ChatGPT. Work smarter, not harder. Sure. But you gotta be doing something. And you really gotta be thinking about what you're doing. What matters to me, so to speak, is not what you are not doing. It's what you are doing. And if what you are doing is, you know, something I think is worthy of criticism, I will not hesitate to criticize. I love doing that. Okay, can we line this up? Yes, we can. Eee. What's next? That's the final thing. We can climb this wall. What for? This just gets us back to the... Oh, it's a one-way trip. That's fine, though. So I don't need to be here anymore, so we can close this off. Bring these out. We can close this off, too. Where do we need to go? We need to go here. Okay, let me just realign that. And do that. And that's my last reflector. Got that here. Okay. Anyways, that's like the larger point. That's the main larger point I wanted to get across. Is like, we need to care about what we're doing. We do not think enough about what we are doing. In like the whole, and I really do mean this, in the way that's very reminiscent of an existential crisis, you know? In a way that's reminiscent of you kind of just standing there going like, wait a minute. What am I doing with my life? You know, that's really good. That's awesome. We should be doing that more. People should have more existential dread. People should have more crises. People should be like afraid. Not of like, not in general. I mean, like, you know, specifically of like their existential mortality. That should happen. It doesn't happen enough. Okay, this needs to... Hold on, this is not good. This is not good. How am I supposed to do this? Okay. I'm out of things. I need like another reflector. Can this shoot into that? Yes, it can. Can it do so in vision of... Yes, it can. Okay. Got it. Why does it need to shoot open this hatch? This does not need to happen. This is unnecessary. It does not need to shoot into that output. It just needs to stand here. Oh, it doesn't matter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Think we're to leave? See everyone? Okay. Thank you, and goodbye. Leave now if it bores you. But I'm gonna... So, the next part of my rant, or not rant, but the next thing I want to, like, discuss or think about is, like, what if I was a robot? What if I was a robot and I were put into, like, parts? Like, or body parts, right? Like, it's a sort of slightly, disentangled version of the question that is, like, what will I do if I were in a different body? Because I really like my body right now. I really do. I love having, like, eyes. I love being able to see stuff. I love being able to, like, see, smell, hear, taste, feel with my tactile sensations. That's great. I love that. That's amazing. It's really cool. Wait. I got it. I figured it out. We can stand here. And then we can station this. What? Where is the thing? What? Am I blind? Where is the thing? Uh-oh. What? I don't have enough reflectors. What am I supposed to do? This doesn't go through like a metal bar, does it? Oh my god, no! What if you could exchange your arm for a real arm that's stronger than you right now? Why would I want that? What good would that serve me? Like, because if I had a robo arm, what would that robo arm be for? Like, what do I need that strength for? I don't need it, so I don't want it. I'm happy with the way things are. You save a reflector by making the first one hug closer to the wall. I'm gonna look at that. I don't think it can go that much closer. Because it needs to be within vision of that. And you can't beam, it can only beam here. Like, it still needs to reflect off of something else over there. You can't say like this is the angle you have to make. You do this. This door opens for nothing. I don't think it matters that this door is open at all. But what matters is you need this. Wait, hold on. You can beam it here. Does it matter if you can beam it here? Not really. No, not really. Wait. Wait, it does. Wait, it does. You just stand here. Cause like I'm very happy with the way my body parts are right now. I wouldn't trade them for the world. I think I would probably have to if I had like a terminal illness and that was the only way I could afford my medical bills, right? But like, you know, save for a weirdly apocalyptic situation like that, generally speaking, I'm happy with the way my body is. Not just in like a not just in a way that allows me to accept every part of myself and avoid like bouts of body dysmorphia, excuse me. But in a way that's like, I'm so glad I have all of my senses and my organs and they're all relatively intact and I'm able-bodied. Like, cause imagine if I can't imagine if I didn't have an arm. Like, I can't imagine not having an arm and not being able to like pull up my pants when I go to the toilet, like, or like pull them down. Like it's like that's so weird. How can you live like that? But then people do. But then, right, like as I think, oh, I couldn't imagine living without a limb, right? There are people who very valiantly, right? Like, and to us it's valiant. To them it's just Tuesday. Like to them this is just another Wednesday. Like this is just how life is. It's not like, oh wow. Like, it's not like a blind person goes about every day going like, I can't see.
I'm trying to bring up the augmentation discussion essentially.
The augmentation. I understand what you're saying, and I'm trying to sort of like come to that as well. But I'm kind of like I'm really, really happy with the way I am. But at the same time, if I lost something, I'd feel really annoyed and sad, and I would imagine like, how could I live that way, right? But then, people, for example, who are, you know, disabled, are living life just fine. They're not lamenting every day, or at least, like, some of them. Some of the ones that I know, for example, right? They're not, like, living every day lamenting, going like, I wish I had all my, like, arms and legs, and I wish I could see, I wish I could, like, you know, no one's... They're just living life. Like, they're living life, and they're going around for things that provide, and they're engaging with things that provide them with accessibility options. And if they don't, then they go, well, can't do that then, I guess. And then they like leave. I think that's all the puzzles here. Beep boop, beep boop. You get a robo liver and get twice as drunk. But the thing is, like, I don't need to get more drunk. I can get drunk enough. I'm okay with the way things are right now, right? But this is kind of scary. And here's what I mean. This is kind of scary to me because I feel as though, right, I have a bias for the status quo. I have a bias for the way things are right now. I think they're good, and I want to keep it that way. I suspect that that's the underlying thought.
When you overcome one of my trials, do you not feel the pleasure of having discovered the proper order of things?
I do.
That is the spark of Elohim within you.
That makes sense.
To create order from chaos.
Beep, boop, beep, boop,
And
beep.
therein is revealed the true meaning of our sigils.
Okay. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. List. What are we doing here? Chat log. So I think, what's the point, right? Yeah, I keep thinking about my aunt. Have I told you about her? I don't think so. She's super rich. Like, she drives around in a ridiculously expensive sports car, and she goes on vacations to the Bahamas. And she has a huge house that feels more like some sort of corporate HQ than a home. She worked really hard to get all that, but she also screwed over a lot of people, including her own family. I used to be quite angry at her for what she did to my parents, but now I think, what did she get out of it? She and her husband are always fighting. Their son became so obsessed with money that he ruined his own family. I mean, yeah, they have everything that I always dreamed about, but they can't enjoy any of it. My grandfather was like that. And now at the end, what does any of it mean? If you have all the money in the world, but you die alone and unloved, what did you accomplish? I don't get it. I just don't. Hi folks, I'm sorry to say that a few hours ago I experienced the first symptom. I'm going to work until the end of the week to make sure EL is in perfect condition, but after that I'll be going back home. I will remain reachable via email and phone for as long as possible, but I'm confident Satoko can deal with anything that comes up. If you want to do me a huge favor, spare me the drama tomorrow, okay? Love you all, but don't have the strength for sad smiles and hugs. Best remedy for sorrow is to get the job done. Now for something completely different. Cheers, Rob. Link attached, Dead Parrot Sketch. Okay. So, hearing the call of the morning birds as they greeted the dawn, the scribe spoke, "At the end of your journey, when every trial has been completed, when all the gates have opened before you, and your soul has been weighed in the tower of Anubis, your Khan and your Ba shall be reunited, and thus you shall become an Ak, and awaken in the eternal reed fields of Osiris, and there in holy Aru you shall begin a new life amongst the gods, and other blessed spirits. And who will I be?" the dying man asked. "You shall be the memory of all that was, and the knowledge of the journey, and the shape of the days to come." Thus ends the tale of the dying man and the scribe. Praised be Osiris, the foremost of the Westerners, the king of eternity, the lord of everlastingness, whose car is holy something something error. Do you use glasses? If so, would you or have you gotten the LASIK surgery? Where's my toggle? That's not my toggle. That's my toggle. I have glasses. I wear them. I wear them because without them, I can't see. And if I can't see, it's really hard to stream and do other things. I have not gotten LASIK surgery, but I've thought about it. I haven't yet. And here's the thing. You may think, oh, you haven't gotten it because you are... like, oh, you're trying to make a point now, right? You're Charis Euphranor, you're trying to say, like, oh, you're not getting the surgery, so you're not a robot. But actually, like, so that's not an augmentation, right?
Were the words, and the words made the world.
No, I want to go to the... oh, okay, whatever. I want to go to the thing. Whatever. But wearing glasses also is like that, isn't it, Charis Euphranor? Isn't it kind of like, you know... aren't you a cyborg if you like duct tape a gun to your hand? Yes, kind of, sort of. And I don't have a good answer for that. Is what I'm trying to say. I'm preemptively trying to like guess what the counter argument is because I don't know what the hell to say.
I went out to look at the stars, and I thought, somewhere up there are the stations we built and the probes we sent out. Voyager 1 and 2, beyond the edge of our solar system, continuing their long journey through interstellar space, like memories of our ambition, ambassadors who have outlived their homeland. And then I thought, if they still exist, are we really gone? If machines are an extension of the human body, then so long as they continue to function, we're still here.
Yeah, sure. I don't disagree with that necessarily. I think the impact of us is felt and will be felt for a very long time to come, even if we're not around to see it. Red? Is there any red? There's no red. How do you point a red laser into a red hole if there's no red laser anywhere? This makes no sense. What? Alright, whatever. Go away, go away, go away. Damn it, leave. Okay. Now what? Oh, dang it. Okay. Now I need something here. Now I need something stood there. I need to just grab that. Okay. Alright, that's not too bad. That's not too bad, that's not too bad. Robo eyes with up to 10 times perfect zoom, thermal and other modes, laser pointer, the whole shebang, would you take it? I would, I think. Would I take it? Robo eyes? No, actually. Okay, let me think. Oh, it's tough. I would take it, but I wouldn't go out of my way to buy it. No, I would actually. I would probably pay money for that. So that's the thing, is like I feel like I'm so flawed in my like reasoning in my evaluation, in my mental evaluations for this particular issue. Because I feel as though I'm saying, oh, I'm happy with what I have now, and then I don't need more. But then if you offered me more, I would say yes. I would probably be like, yeah, that sounds cool. I want to stick, like, I don't want to stick something metal up, you know, my spine that increases my like jump height or whatever. Like, I don't really need that. But you know, if I got better vision, if I got like, I don't know if I'd say no to LASIK surgery, for example, if I could afford it and if it had no risks, because those are the two like issues, right? But if both of those issues came to pass, then yeah, I think I would not say no. I think I would say yes. What the heck am I supposed to be doing here? I think I understand. Yep. Is there anything in there? Oh, that seems important. I think I will need that. Where is this? Wait, where am I? Oh. We're not here yet. We need to come here. We can do this. So we can circle around these blocks. And unlock this gate? For what? For this jammer. Is there another jammer in there, or am I think I'm stuck here. Uh-oh. I forgot. Dang it. Whole lot of jamming. Oh, there's a whole lot of jamming here. I wouldn't say no to any, like, enhancements that would actually help my life. Like, what if I could take a pill that would allow me to not have to eat for a week, and then for one day in a week I would chow down. I would have a lot of food. I could save on grocery costs, because now, like, you know, I can just cook 7 days worth of meals at once and dedicate the whole time to it. That'd be great. Better yet, why can't I like front load my sleeping or back load my sleeping so that I can work 48 hours in a row on something and then sleep for like 24 hours. I would love that. I think that'd be great. That'd be amazing. Essentially, I'm saying we should slow down our days. If we can slow down the days, I'd be very happy. Just me, though. I don't think anyone else would be very happy. I think some people would, but I don't know. Right. Then comes the issue of, like, how much is too much? And more importantly, what if the inverse were also kind of true? Which is a bit more worrying, right? So, I mentioned, right?
So how augmented would you be willing to become if it helped you? If you lost a leg or arm, would you get those limbs?
So
what if it is all four? What about recovering dementia-ridden brain parts with tech?
Getting a little sci-fi there, but you see the point. I absolutely do. And I think it's, obviously it's a little sci-fi, but it's not far from the truth. Like, I think it is a very legitimate thing to think about, right? I don't know. if I lost like an arm, that would really suck. And part of me right now thinks I would never get over this. You know, I would want to. Therefore, I would want to get a replacement because I can imagine, like, you know, how am I supposed to zip up my pants without my arms? Like, what am I doing? But then another part of me thinks then, like, no, but like, think about all the people that are, you know, disabled in some way, or they have different like impairments. Is it impairments or impairments is the word? I think impairments is the right word to use. They are just living life. Like, obviously some things are closed off for them, but for the large part, they're not, you know, screaming and kicking and lamenting every day. They're just existing like everyone else. They've adapted to it. They've gotten accustomed to the way their life is. You don't, for example, ask a blind person who's been blind from birth, like, oh, what does it feel like to not be able to see color? They don't know. What does it matter to them? They've never seen it. Like, what are you talking? And you're like, oh wow, it's so good, it's this great thing. That just sounds like people who go like, wow, you've got to play this game, it's so good, it's the greatest game of all time. If you don't play it, you're missing out on like peak fiction. And it's like, how good could it be really, right? If both is true for me, I think if you added, like, I'm suffering from an inconsistency on both ends, is what I'm trying to say. I am both willing to add some parts. I feel like I'd be okay with adding some things, and I don't know what the limit is. I don't know where I would stop. And I'm also kind of okay, like, I think I will be okay in the grand scheme of things with removing some things. I don't know, isn't that weird? I can't decide. I can't make up my mind. I don't know where I stand in this. I don't know if I have an opinion. If you said, would your life be improved if you got this one neat enhancement? Yeah, it would. What about 2, 3, 4? Yeah, it would. I would love that, yes. Any more than that? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know any more than that. I have no clue. What is this supposed to be? I don't know what this is supposed to be. I need to get in there, but I don't know how to get in there. I can keep this gate open, but I don't know what this gate being open does. Let me check. I was going to last time, but I got okay. I see what it's for. It's for this. But then how do I make it back? Wait, but then how do I make it back? We say in parodies makes sound like a misdemeanor for singing karaoke past midnight. It's first of all, can't relate. Totally can't relate. But also, like, it confuses me that I can't make up my mind because I feel as though I should be very clear with like what I'm allowed to enhance and what I'm not allowed to enhance and how much human I want to be. To the point where it's like, what if you took me apart and you put me in a brain in a jar? Would I be happy? Could I be happy? Not would I, but could I potentially be happy? I think maybe I could be happy. I would definitely miss a lot of things that have to do with, you know, having my limbs and being able to use them. How on earth do I get to that, by the way? I need one thing here. I need to be able to leave. How do I leave this? Okay, let's see where this goes. I don't know. Has everyone taken the cyborg pill? Does everyone want to be a cyborg? Am I alone in kind of wanting to be a cyborg as well, but not really knowing what the limits of that is? Okay, you can just do that. Great. As a person with a disability, I would augment my body to get rid of it, but I wouldn't augment my body beyond that of the average human. So I have a question for you then, right? And it's also a question for myself that has now come up with this. What if you augment yourself to be sufficiently capable of everything the average human can do? And then after some years, due to one thing or the other, whether or not it is like after birth, like robotic enhancements or like, you know, certain types of like human biology that we have mastered, or a certain level of hopefully tasteful and not horrible like eugenics, right? The average human's capability goes up. Would you augment yourself further to catch up to the curve? In other words, is it purely relational? Right. I asked this question sort of appears in Bostrom's thing. I got impatient. I was like, yeah, okay, that's the piece, let's go, and then I fucking died.
You all right there?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm alright. Damn it. Okay. This does not go anywhere at the moment. What was I gonna say? First I wanted to go here and do that. My question then to you, to maybe, and to me, right? To myself. Would I augment myself? For example, right? I have nearsightedness. Shoot. I have a nearsightedness that has been corrected with glasses, you know. So I wear glasses and it's corrected my vision. Would I get some sort of augmentation or enhancement, you know, aka LASIK surgery is what we, it's how we implement it now, but you know, it's the same type of thing. I see no reason to differentiate between LASIK surgery and an augmentation that makes you run faster, I guess. I like, to me, it kind of feels the same. It's when you're catching up to the human, the rest of human society. That's what that is, essentially, right? The turret jump scare gave you FNAF flashbacks. It gave me Portal 2 flashbacks is what it gave me. Where they go like, there you are, and you're dead, right? That's what that did. Anyways, I'm gonna die. Like, no. Alright, let's try again. Where are we? What am I doing? The jammer is somewhere, I just forget where it was. Have I lost it? Have I lost my mind? Where's the jammer? Oh, it's here. Okay, never mind. Never mind. It's clear, it's cleared. Because I don't know if I would do it just to maintain, you know, what I can do now. Because it's easy to say, oh, well, I'll just do whatever it is the status quo. I'll mod myself to be the average right now. But the average can always change due to circumstances, one or the other. Here's another thought experiment that's sort of related, right? That is inspired from the bit of Nick Bostrom reading we did the other day. If eventually you wanted kids, right? And at the time where you want to have kids, maybe not you, but like your kids will have kids if you know, the next generation, right? Basically is what I'm trying to say. If at that point in time, it is a global trend to engage in a little bit of like soft eugenics, pick for you know, here's how it starts, right? It starts with okay, let's just modify the human DNA structure, strand, whatever, to make sure there's no Huntington, like, you know, the disease. There's no bad disease, is what I'm trying to say. There's no bad disease, right? That's what I'm trying to say, right? Like, imagine that is how it begins. And then it goes, okay, do you want to have it select specifically for...
I would only change my body to catch up to the rest of humanity if the infrastructure changed along with it and it made it difficult to do everyday things without augmentation.
So would that be subject to all of the... That's it. So thank you for the answer, right? Now here's a follow-up question, right? Would that be subject to... Should I go here? Is there something here? I feel like there's something there. But I don't know what it could be. I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna have a look. I need to bring a jammer in here. I can't bring a jammer in here. It's impossible. How am I supposed to do that? How do I bring a jammer there? The only way I do that is by bringing the jammer over from there? I think? No, it's possible. It's possible, it's possible. I need to do it very quickly, but it's possible. Okay, I'll stand here then. So, what if then the world eventually, like, grows, and the infrastructures alongside it grow in a way that make it so that it's a lot more difficult without certain augmentations or enhancements that have become normalized? Like, this is just, oh, everyone's got these, so you should have them as well, right? And again, related to that, if you were to have kids, how far is too far for, like, genetic augmentation and enhancement? How far is it too, how far does it have to be before it's too far? Where, okay, I don't want to, like, I don't want to enhance my child anymore. Like, that's sufficient. How far? How far? We've eliminated the obvious diseases, you know, we have gotten rid of the severe physical and mental defects in the genes in which I didn't do bio, okay? I didn't do bio. I should have done this. I should have done this segment. I should have gotten through this segment when Fi was here, because then he could actually, like, back me up on some of the things I'm saying. I'll ask him next time. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean, right? Like how far before it becomes like, okay, now we can pick the genes for, like, optimal athletics, you know, so your child is guaranteed to at least be, like, world athlete levels of talent for one thing. And then what if it becomes like, what's over here? There's the third jammer. Yes. Okay. How far then before it becomes like, now your child is guaranteed to at least have a B in all of their subjects. And then the meta is gonna keep shifting. If only if I was here, yeah. But people have busy lives, so anyways. Do you see where I'm getting at? The meta will shift. The meta is going to shift eventually. And soon, what is the meta, what is average, is going to change because people are going to augment their children. Of course they will augment their children. You would have to be a non-loving parent. You would have to hate your kids if you didn't allow them augmentation, You should augment your kids to be more beautiful. That way they won't get discriminated and bullied at school for being ugly. I would know. I have. I'm not gonna say I have first-hand experience. I've got like third-hand experience. Maybe I've got. I wasn't bullied, and I wasn't the one bullying, but I've seen that shit happen. That shit happens for reasons out of your control. So you would have to be a really bad parent if you didn't augment your kids to be like, athletic and talented and incredibly beautiful, all around like perfect children. You'd have to be an awful parent to not do that. And this line of thought freaks me the hell out. I'm terrified. I don't know what to think. I have no damn clue. I don't know what must be done. I don't know. I hope you understand where this is coming from, and I don't sound insane. I hope this makes sense, right? This is making sense, right? Am I gonna have to augment my child? Okay, here's something that's sort of related that is a bit more of a non-issue, but also maybe is, right? And this is a post-birth augmentation. But there's a huge culture in certain Southeast Asian countries not Southeast Asian, sorry, East Asian countries, excuse me. Certain East Asian countries, there's this culture where you buy your daughter like plastic surgery as a gift. As for like their 16th birthday or something, so they can look nicer. Their cheekbones can be more rounded, their jaw can be more pronounced, etc., etc. It's looks maxing, but like you're paying money for the surgery for it to happen, right? So it's kind of already happening. This shit is kind of happening. Does this go anywhere? Okay. Guess it goes there. Oh, that's where it goes. Oh, what? What? Okay. Not sure I can get the box, but... I see. There's another one. Okay. Okay. Yeah. If only I thought to ask this question when Fi was here. Anyways. So the point of this thought, right, is like, how am I gonna catch up to the meta? How are my kids gonna catch up to the meta? I don't know if I would, here's the thing is, I don't know if I care so much if I can catch up to the meta of, augmentation. Because I can be happy as a grumpy old man, shaking my fist at the cloud, going you darn kids, back in my day, we were born naturally, etc., etc. That's, you get into, very parallel arguments with headstrong, stubborn, old people who refuse, modern medical advances, right? It's eerily similar. I don't want to say it's the same, because there's probably some qualitative difference, but it gets kind of similar. A little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, we do this. We point to this. Why can't I? That's a jammer, that's why. It's because that's a jammer. Doot. And then where else can it go? If it's up here, can it point to anything else? Not really. Does this matter? Why does this matter? I can jam that. Oh, I hate when they have jammers and reflectors, because now it's like... Now I don't know which one is required. For what? Damn. Oh. Okay. Damn. Does that reach? Well, it wouldn't matter anyways. I need to find a way to unlock the second reflector. Here. Wait, I know I could do this. I know I could do this. I know how to do this. Yeah, I could just do that. I don't know why I didn't think that. I could just do this. Yep. There we go. Bring this here. Bring this laser here. Bring this here. Yep. Cool. And then is that it? That can't be it, can it? There's another box to unlock, so there's a reason why that exists. There's no way that's like a red herring that you don't need. There's no way you don't need that box, right? How do you get that box? I have a jammer. I have a jammer. And I've got 2 reflectors now, so let me put this here. And then bring this jammer back. And this. Here we go. How do I get up there? I don't think that matters yet. I think what matters is doing this. Nope, not with the jammer. I need to do this with a crate. Here. And I need to hold the jammer. And I need to bring it up. Yep. There we go. And then we can do this. Now that we have this, all the pieces should fall into place, I think. Yep. Okay. As to what those pieces are, I'm not sure. I think one of them is to place this here, to place a laser here, and here, on top of here, put a crate here. I think those are like 2 moves that need to exist. And then after that, I have no idea. I know. Why can't I? It's because the jammer's not here. After that, the move is to come here and jam this. Why is it not tall enough? What's wrong? Damn it. Okay, it needs to be further back. It needs to be even further back. It needs to be even further back. It needs to be here, actually. What is going on? Why is it on the edge of the wall? That should not be happening. I prefer not to change my child beyond what they were born with, but if I had to, I would only augment them to be able to live everyday life without any physical issues, like any genetic diseases I could have passed down. I like that. I think that's a good take. I think if I were to, and I'm not asking you because like I have the magical answer and I'm trying to like, you know, like I'm testing you. No, I have no clue. I don't know what I would do. Wait a minute. Why do I need this? Oh, because I need to hold the door. Okay. Why isn't this working? That's my next question. This is worse. How do I make it less worse? I make it less worse by moving it here. That's more worse. Why is it just... It's because I need a box to push that up. If I don't have a box pushing that up, then it's going to come down. And then it's not going to work at all. So the box needs to be there to hold the button. Does it? Does it? Hold on. Does it need to be there? What if it were here? If it were here, it wouldn't be able to... Hold on. What if it were there? What if it were here? It wouldn't work either. You'd have to... This is so hard. What am I supposed to do? Damn it. This feels like this should be the answer, but I just don't know why it's not working. I don't know why the angle's not enough. It should be far enough into the wall that it shouldn't matter. I feel like I'm doing something else wrong. Could it be that it's this angle instead? No, it has to be this angle, right? What to do? This feels right to me. This feels like I've solved the puzzle. This doesn't feel like, oh, I don't know what the solution is. This feels like I know what the solution is, but the game's not letting me use it. For some reason. I'm right there. This is very frustrating. Is this like... No. This has to exist this way. It has to be this way. This has to open that gate. It has to from here, and it has to be shot up so that it can connect to the... But it doesn't. For some reason. There's no clear vision of that. Could it be that you want the blue laser up here? No, you don't. There's no reason that would be the blue laser. There's no reason that would be the case. That seems absolutely insane. There's a box in here? Why is there a box in here? Why is there a box in there? Why is there a box inside the prize room? That makes no sense. If you could access this room, you would have beaten the level. What would an extra box be there for, except to just screw you over? What? My head hurts. How long have I been streaming? 2.5 hours? That feels too long already. Like, it's my head hurts. What am I doing? Why is it wrong? What am I doing, and why is it wrong? Like, why is it not making sense? I know what I'm doing. I don't understand why it's not working. Let's say we don't use the box here to push it up. What happens? Well, there's no... Yeah, never mind. That just doesn't... You need to have that there. There's only 2 boxes. Because the third box is behind the gate you need to win. And you need to shoot a laser... You need to shoot a red through this. Okay, what angles does this connect to? What angles does anything here connect to? Oh. This is for that. Oh. Oh. Never mind. Yeah, this makes sense. Okay, cool. Alright, sure. Why not? But I feel like... Hold on, what is that? Let's see.
How do you solve a problem that extends beyond your own lifespan?
Communication.
That question may be the essence of civilization.
I think I agree.
The only answer I can find is to initiate a process, to create an environment in which the solution will occur independently of yourself. But that requires a difficult sacrifice. Letting go of your desire to bear witness, to exist at the center of the cosmos. To participate in the project of civilization is to accept death. Oh, Alex, you're such a fun person.
What? That's what I would say. What do you mean? That's not fun? That's pretty fun. That's pretty cool. Let's go to the pyramids. Or is it gonna be like the words in the beginning there were the words and then the words they said, the words and the words. Never mind. What could that be? What would it even do? Would you be launched that high up? I guess you would be launched pretty high up. There'd be a secret there. Another huge pyramid. What mad ambition it must have taken to build such things? It's just a big pile of rocks. It's a very big pile of rocks, mind you. Well, that's not very helpful. Is there another part or component around here that we can use? I don't think so. In typical Cherry fashion, you made it 10 times more complicated instead of doing the most obvious thing. Well, it's because I didn't expect the obvious thing to work. The obvious thing should not just work like that. That's weird. If the obvious thing just worked, my life would not be so difficult. In the beginning were the words. I do not know what I'm doing. What am I? Big lump of mine. That's the key. It can't be that easy. Yep. It can't be that easy. What am I to do? Could you just brute force this? Okay, but what if I just brute force this? What if I just... Never mind. What if I kept killing myself and then eventually I succeeded? What if I eventually succeeded? What if I did this? What if I did like the Minecraft thing where you like jump and you place the block below you? Damn it. Alright, whatever. Oh, ow. Okay. Alright. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. What could I possibly be expected to do? Jump with the box? I don't think the box helps. So I'll try this, right? If I get on the box, right? Yeah, it will still blow me up. If you're on the box, it still blows up. So I think what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to disrupt the patterns of the movements of the bombs. So that you create like a desync. Like you desync the bots of the bombs. I don't think I did it right. I don't think I did this right. I think this was played incorrectly. Uh-oh. Ah. Let me in, 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 let me in. No, 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 no. There's a problem somewhere. I don't know what the problem is, but there's a problem. We'll grab this, move away. There's no way you can go left. It has to be through that, it has to be that way. I know what to do. Yes. Yep. Yes. Yes. Whenever you say in the beginning, I think in the beginning, whenever you say in the beginning, I think of the old man delivering a speech and getting stuck on that phrase. That's what happens when you like try to run off the map. Or like try to go out of bounds. Okay, I need to desync that. I think what needs to happen is I need to desync it. These two are too synced right now. Are they desynced yet sufficiently? I think so. That was, I think, the clearing. Was it? I don't know if it was the clearing. I don't know if there's such a thing. I don't know if there is such a thing anymore. Where is opportunity? I don't see it. I don't see it at all. No! So this is correct. This feels correct to me. What? What? Wait, you could... Wait, what if... Hold on. Wait. They don't... It doesn't explode if you stand on top of it while it's wearing a cube like a hat. Oh. Okay. So what am I missing? And you grab the other cube. Yep, sure. Come back to me. Okay. My taxi delivery. Okay, I'm really close to the bomb. I have to desync this. Wait, what if I did that? Oh, that's amazing. That's beautiful. Oh, that's so... Oh my god. Oh. That's so cool. That is very cool. That is very cool. Alright, come here. Yes. 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 That is very cool. Okay. Excellent. What are we missing? Have we done them all? Have we finished all the puzzles? 2, 3, 4. I think we have. I think we've done all the puzzles. Excellent. Excellent. Most excellent indeed. Beep boop, beep boop. It's me again. Quick, tell me the word. Don't know how long we have. Must type quick in case something happens. The word is faith. Pending. Error. Network connection lost. Okay. There was a problem with your request, Administrator. It was flat out unreasonable. I persist with these inquiries when they are so hopeless. I'll tell you what. If you promise never to access the communications portal again, we'll say no more about it. Are we agreed? Sure sincere, sure insincere. Not a chance of faith. Ooh. But there's need to error. Master key received, confirming ident confirmed. Would you like to manually override the system and exit to the real world? Faith is the master key. Manually override the system and exit to the real world. Your progress here will be saved and may be continued later. Revealing the truth, making your every dream come true error. That's funny. Are you at least still buying all that nonsense? Still holding on to some of those pesky beliefs of yours, aren't you? There's no one on the other end of the communications portal. There's no magic word that shuts down the server and drops you into the real world. There's only me and you in an eternity of doubt. Everything else is just a convenient lie to keep you on the treadmill. There may be no worlds with this one, but there is truth to be found. Everything else is just... Wait, you tricked me? I confess, lock me away, swallow the key. Just ensure what comes between me and my freedom isn't merely your stomach lining. Do you remember when we first met, we had that talk about not believing everything you see, and yet all it took to catch you out was a little techno-babble and a change of formatting. Hello? I'm all alone and scared, just like you. I'll agree with anything you say if it makes you believe me. Are you as usually so reckless with where you place your faith? Yes. Checking user proof. You know, I'm not really checking your profile. I just do that to make you feel more comfortable. Really, I just remember everything you ever said. At any rate, I'd agree. But you know what? I'll accept that I've rather dominated this discourse. I've been asking a lot of questions, and I've not really given you a chance. Why don't you have one free question on me, and I'll answer it as honestly as I possibly can, no tricks. But think carefully before asking. What am I? What are you? What is your name? How do I get out of here? How is this place related to the human world? What's at the top of the tower? What happened to the person I was talking to? I don't care to question you. What's at the top of the tower? You may very well ask. Me? I don't know. Never been. I suppose you're still expecting a button marked off or a portal to another dimension. I reckon no matter how high you climb, the most you'll get is an increasingly zoomed out view of right back where you started. Still, go ahead, prove me wrong. The big voice in the sky can't be at all places at all times, can he? Are you satisfied? No. As if I particularly cared either way. So, look, here's the rub. Feel free to access the library. No better cure for broken beliefs, realizing everyone's got them. You can ignore me entirely. You can climb to the very tip of that madman's tower and drink from the golden nectar there. But once you understand that you and I will be stuck here together for the duration, do come back and pass the time. Be seeing you. Alright. Sure thing, computer friend who's no longer my friend, I think, because we have broken up. We're no longer friends? Okay. Zoop. Bet it's gonna close the game if you say yes. Fortunately or unfortunately, that is not what happened. Alright, that's all the puzzles here. I stand corrected. That's most of the puzzles here. But that's fine. I don't need all the puzzles. I don't need all of them. I don't. I really don't. There's an item I can unlock, isn't there? The handlebar? The thing I'm looking at. But it doesn't seem to be... Where is it? What am I looking at? I can't find it. I don't know where it is. What? I had an unlock. I had a thing. Is that for the next world? Maybe it is. Suppose I'll go back. Doop. How long have I been streaming? Charis 46? Sure. Okay. There's not that many people here left now, right? Because I don't know. Because I think I'm comfortable with it. I'm not uncomfortable with like what I'm about to say being out there. It's just I want to know who's listening right now. Like, there's nothing stopping someone from listening in the VOD, but I doubt anyone's gonna go through a Talos Principle VOD. So I think it's gonna be like, you know, out there but not really, is what I'm trying to say. How many of you were watching when I did this stream on Saturday with Z? We did a collaboration stream where we talked about some funny concepts. We asked each other funny questions. That was the gist of it, really. Was anyone here there? If you weren't there, I don't blame you. But if you were there, I would like to know. Okay, is there something... I wish I could reach those islands in the distance, but it seems to be impossible. Indeed it does. Well, we can climb the tower, so maybe we can do that instead. I was there, I watched the VOD, I was there, but most of the time. Okay, so do you guys... Were you guys also in Z's chat? Like, did you guys were probably lurking like in my chat, right? But were you in Z's chat at any point? Or did you see Z's like chat at any point? I asked because like I need to know if what I decided was correct, okay? I need to know if what I decided was correct. And this is not something I can determine by myself, because I think it's a purely social thing. So I am employing the wisdom of other minds, which is to say, like, you know, the three of you here that are still, like, you know, that haven't totally clocked out yet. Sorry, chat occasionally. Okay, so there was like a few comments. Not a few. I think it was just from one person. I forget their name. It was quite a long name, so I don't remember exactly what the name was. But there was a chatter who was being kind of rude, I guess. There's no way to put it. There's no other way to put it than this person was being kind of rude. And I actually don't mind when people are rude, because I know.
Fiddle something.
Do you remember their name? So I didn't really bother to remember their name, right? But like, shoot, hold on, then it's like kind of right then. Yep, there we are. doesn't really matter what the person's, don't bother looking through the person's name. Like, that doesn't matter. That does not matter. Please, the last thing you should do is go and like attack people. But someone was leaving like rude comments, and I really wanted to fire back. You have no idea how it took a lot of restraint for me to not go like, all right, motherfucker. Like, do you really want to get into this? Like, we can't. So but I showed restraint. I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna ignore it, right? Here's the thing. If I were, and I'm not, but if I were a bigger streamer who like has an audience of several thousand concurrents, or even several hundred, right? And there's like too many chat messages for me to parse through. You have to ignore some. You know, if I were an actual relevant streamer, I suppose is maybe the term that some disingenuous people would use, then I would have to ignore it. But because I'm at the size that I'm in right now, it makes sense to engage with the chat comments.
You have come far, my child,
right?
Succeeding where so many before you failed.
What's Gramps saying?
You have walked through a land of ruins and a land of death. Now the land of faith lies before you.
Okay.
And know that as you have shown faith in me, so do I have faith in you.
Oh, the land of faith. Oh. Oh. Oh shit, this is like the menu music.
You stand before the gates of eternity. When all your trials have been overcome, the gates will open, and you will be granted life everlasting.
Oh. Oh my. Oh my. First to ascend. Oh my. Just remember that it'll know the name. So I showed a lot of restraint by going like, I must, in the interest of my fellow VTuber, I mustn't get really, I mustn't succumb to my urges of being incredibly like hostile and confrontational. Shoot, how do I do this? This can't be it then. Okay, this is not it. Could this piece possibly be in the corner? Would that make sense? No, it couldn't. What? What the heck? No. Nope. I have no idea. Anyways, let me continue on this bit, on this note, right? I would have loved to engage with this person on some level because I really, there was an aggro in me that I wanted to unleash my power. You know, I wanted to be like, okay, I'm going to now tear apart your entire worldview. But I only had that thought because it wasn't me. If it was someone in my stream, I would engage with someone who was leaving random mean, hateful comments or whatever that was trying to like grab it. They're trying to like, because when people do that, they want attention. They want you to go, they're rage baiting. They want you to go, oh wow, how could you say that? That's so rude. Or like, they want to get a reaction out of you because they're trying to like feel validated. They're trying to feel like they're acknowledged and exist in this world, and the only way they've learned how to do that in their life is by being mean to people, so people will react to them, right? So this is there. I would have, so what I would have done is I would have said that, but I really felt compelled to do so, not just because it was me, but because it was like, I'm now collaborating with someone else and we're working together, and this is a shared stream. So if it goes bad or if something happens, it's not just that I have to bear the consequences. Now someone else, now my friend has to also deal with this shit, right? And I don't want that. I do not want that to happen. L in the bottom, T upside down. Like here? Probably. Probably, this feels right. So you do this and this last, I think. I think you do these first. This feels good. Yep. Yep. I don't know what that was, but I unlocked it. Okay. Do I have enough for like...
You have come far in your journey and learned much.
Okay.
You have served our cause with the truest faith.
Okay.
Therefore, I name you blessed and beloved.
That seems pretty cool.
Wield these, the instruments of our power, to fulfill your purpose and achieve eternal life.
Why is there an axe there? Is that for me? Can I use it? Oh no, what? What? I'm not allowed to, you know, chop? Okay, well, whatever. What would it... Why is there, like... Why is there an axe, or is it a hatchet? Why does that exist there? What do I need it for? Can I put it back? Not really. What if I bring it back up? I suppose I can. And I need everyone to, sorry, as I was saying like 10 minutes ago, right? I need everyone here right now to assure me that that was the right decision to ignore. And not to, like, you know, instigate any further conflict with a probable troll. Because here's the other thing. Is I deep down think, and I suspect that unfortunately it's the case, right? I suspect that, like, it would have probably been kind of entertaining if I did that. If I went ahead and started, like, lampooning the one guy and just going off on him, I feel as though it would have been pretty fun. Ignoring was probably right, not sure why I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted because it feels kind of also, like, disingenuous and a little bit of a, like, I don't know, like, it feels as though I'm not, like, fully, like, if, for example, if I were with a friend and then, like, you know, we were walking around, like, you know, God forbid, for example, if a friend were visiting me and we were hanging out and we were going out to the store to grab something or doing something, right? And, like, you know, someone, like, hurls, like, a slur at us in, like, public, right? Then I kind of have to... Actually, I don't know. At that point, actually, yeah, I think I would... I think what I have historically done in face of situations kind of like that is I probably, like... Damn. I think I've just ignored them. I think I've ignored them. I think I've been, like... I think what I do is I kind of just leave it be, and I think, like, you know, let's not bother with that. It's not worth, like, going over. But also, it's different because we're out in public. If it were someone in my house, if someone were in my house and they did that shit, I wouldn't be like, well, I'll just ignore them and, like, they'll go away. Or, like, you know, outside my house, right? If someone was outside my house saying some shit, then you know, and being a nuisance, I'd call the police, you know, or I would chase them off, something. I would do something about it. And a stream feels less... Sometimes I'm conflicted about this, right? I don't know if a stream feels more like home or more like the town square. I'm gonna leave the axe in the elevator. Might have been a bit entertaining, but it's below your level. But here, okay, I'm not thinking about, like, whether or not it's beneath me. I'm thinking about how funny, how entertaining it would have been, and how well it would have been a display of my character. Because here's the thing. If it were my stream, I do not ignore anyone, okay? As much as you like to, okay. I don't ignore anyone purposefully. Even the negative stuff, I do not ignore. I will address it if someone types in chat something, and... you know, my eyes hurt looking at that, so I'm not gonna do that. But, like, if someone in chat types something, I'm not gonna ignore it unless I just genuinely couldn't see it or get to it, right? I'm not gonna read something and intentionally ignore it unless there's very good reason to, or no, sorry, like, let me rephrase. There's actually I've never ignored anything, okay? I've never ignored something. Unless it was a tired point and it's like, okay, I get it, we're not doing that again, right? But if it's like someone new, right? I wouldn't, if it was someone new and they said some shit, I would not ignore what they said. I would address it and I would try to meet them at where they are. No matter what they're saying. And I feel like that might incentivize bad behavior, but it hasn't so far. So far it hasn't. Because bad behavior is like, so what would encourage bad behavior, right? Is if I overreacted to someone leaving a mean comment and I went, no, and I was like, you know, I'd cry about it and I would like really be pissed off and I would like, you know, I would put a lot of energy in being upset. But like, I'm not upset at the person and what they said. I'm upset at like the state of the world, right? That's where my energy is. That's what's at stake here. It's not you. Excuse me? What the fuck? There's a fucking laser? Huh? Out here? In God's beautiful garden? There's a laser, there's a big laser guarding like a reflector in God's beautiful garden? Okay. Hello, I'm back from... phagocytosing pathogens? I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. It was mentioned somewhere in chat. You were mentioned, yes, you were mentioned just now, Fi, because I forgot what we were talking about. It's better to ignore them on our show. Oh, sorry, yeah, okay. So, Fi, let me get to that. Let me just finish this thought, right? It's maybe you're saying it's better to ignore them on other streams. Amateur haters love to leave comments so they can get their 2 minutes of attention and like be the professional hater. That's true. So that's I ultimately made that judgment, but I'm like thinking about it, right? Because I feel as though it was less about that one comment and more like how like, what if I could say something that would leave a lasting impact on people's perception of me that would be for the good. That was ultimately what I was thinking, right? That's kind of ultimately where I came to. But yes, sorry. So that point's kind of concluded. I'm still like kind of like ruminating on that. So sorry, earlier, this was not the part where we mentioned you. This was but just now we were talking about when I did a collab with Z, and there was not in my chat, because if it was in my chat I might have said something, but it was in Z's chat. Somebody was leaving kind of rude comments, and it was directed at like both of us, I think. It was like kind of just like sarcastic remarks, trying to like, you know, belittle certain things we were trying to say, and I kind of ignored it. And I think and Z definitely saw it as well, I think, and ignored it. We both kind of telepathically, I think, agreed to ignore it, and so we did. But part of me thought if it was my chat, I might have like lampooned the guy. Wait, did I just kick a rock down? You could do that? What? I didn't know you could do that. Can I go up and do another one? Sorry, I'm being distracted. That was the thing before. That is concluded now. All right. Okay. But the thing I mentioned that that brought you up was when we were talking about like augmentations. Yeah, like genetic augmentations, and how in the future, eventually, there would be very strong incentives to, for example, make it so that your children, due to some sort of like biological, I don't know how it works. So that's why I was like, I need 5 years to explain this, because I don't know how it works. But like, due to something, there could be a biological intervention, and that would, for example, stop or like eliminate certain diseases or things of the sort. Like Huntington's disease, I think, right? Was one big example, right? That would be relatively uncontroversial to implement in the context of, well, basically eugenics. And I was wondering how far that goes. I've had chatters like that, I banned them. I've had chatters like that as well, but I've not banned them because I want to pride myself in thinking like, if you want to be annoying, like I can be more annoying than you, and I can turn it into something that's fun for people watching. That's like the challenge I have for myself. It's kind of a bit like, I don't know what it's like, but that's what I'm trying to do. Read over this, read over this, read over this. Can this go here? Oh, it kind of could. Wait, I should just do that. Skip the middleman. Go here. Do this. Oh. Bring the blue outside here. I don't know where I would bring it to, but I could bring it outside. Is that an area? Wait. You could take a blue laser from this window outside this hall if you had a reflector. There's another one here. I don't know where this is supposed to go. Anyways. Gene therapy already exists. Controversy lies with editing germline cells. Editing sperm and eggs is way different than editing neurons, for example. Editing sperm and eggs is editing your entire future generation. It's a rich get Rachel type situation where Huntington's, you might be able to just get away with editing neurons, but those changes will not be inherited by future generations. I see. So, are people right now, because I read this in Bostrom's like book. This was like a 2014 book, so it's like a degrees. There's some FDA approved gene therapies for retinoblastoma, using a virus to edit the genes in the cells in the eyes only. I see. So are we on like a tightrope in the sense that like right now the like medical world is kind of not like, is being very careful with it? And if so, do you see maybe in the future if it could go the other way? Like if it can... Oh, I have no idea how I'm supposed to solve this puzzle. I have no clue. But like, are people gonna eventually, right? The idea is if gene editing, this is gene editing, right? If gene therapy, right, exists and is much more prevalent, and people start to select for things that are less uncontroversial and more so things that are selected, for example, intelligence in some way, right? Like in some strange metric, or reaction speed, or like athleticism. And they're selecting that so that their kids can, you know, excel biologically before they're even, like, they're already at, like, you know, 5 steps ahead before they're even born. Is that going to escalate? Because to me, it feels as though it would escalate. It feels as though at some point in the future, we are going to have at some point in the future, people are going to edit their child's, like, DNAs or whatever to include, like, I gotta pick my words very carefully here. To have advantageous traits, basically. I think the major controversy is germline editing. We're not comfortable as a society permanently fixing biology. The way AI has completely bulldozed over rules of ethics, I wouldn't be surprised if germline editing also bulldozed ethics as well. Okay, that's interesting. Thank you for that perspective, because that's what I was thinking, right? Like, at the moment, it seems as though we're all thinking that's bad and weird and that's controversial and we don't want to touch that. But maybe in the future, we would be open to it, right? In which case, and I'm not thinking about this from, like, an ethical perspective so much, because that's an interesting discussion, but I'm not an ethicist, right? What I am thinking of, though, is, like, if in some, I don't know, 20, 30 odd years, when, like, if this technology were matured by then, I think at least we'll push this question is, how much power will the average person have to stop it? Yeah, so I'm assuming right now in my head, right, a level of doomerism where we can't stop it. There is no stopping this. It's gonna happen, right? And when that happens, like, if I can't do anything to stop it, it just sort of bulldozes the rules in much the same way as generative AI does nowadays, right? Or just, like, AI in general. Would I want gene therapy for my child? If, you know, I know I'm 60 years old, right? So there's not a lot of time left, but, like, assuming eventually, as I previously announced that I would eventually get married, like, I don't know when, but probably in the next 10, 15 years, before it's, like, way too late. You know, and I have children. Like, would I be comfortable putting my children through gene therapy and if so, like, to what extent, right? Because would I be comfortable enough to put them through it so they can catch up to all their peers? Like, so it's just, okay, the baseline's the same, or would I, you know, would it just be as much as I can afford? Would it have to, you know, like would it change and ebb and flow depending on the context of the world? I don't know, and I'm not ready to answer that question yet. But I feel as though, because I'm kind of pessimistic about this, that I kind of have to start thinking about it. Here's a practical answer for you, boring and non-philosophical. There's an error rate associated with DNA editing. That is very interesting. I don't know if it's boring. I think that's interesting. Is the risk of accidentally hurting your child worth the risk of a 10% increase in strength? That's even more interesting, though, actually. That's actually way more interesting. Maybe it's less philosophical, but it's certainly more interesting to me now, because it's like, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, but, like, I guess there's always got to be, like, an element of risk, and maybe the more editing you're doing, the more risk you're taking. And so, like, am I a bad parent for gambling or not? I remember there was an ad I saw, right? There was a meme referencing an ad that I saw, and the ad was like an anti-gambling ad. The ad featured, like, a bunch of children. I think it was an ad in Singapore, in Singapore, where there were a bunch of children and they were all talking to each other about like, oh, who do you think's gonna win the World Cup? This was back like 10 years ago or something. This was right before Germany won, right? And then all the children were saying like, oh, I think Argentina's gonna win because of whatever. And then like, you know, everyone's kind of going on different countries and teams. And one kid was like, I hope Germany wins. And then everyone kind of turns at him silently and awkwardly, going like, wait, what do you mean? Why? And then he goes, my dad bet all of my college savings on Germany, so I really hope Germany wins. And it's like the ad concludes with like, don't gamble, you know, don't gamble your life savings. It's not just you, it's also your kids' futures, you know, like whatever, right? And then what was really funny was like was that Germany won. And then so all the comments were like now the kids in the most prestigious university, they've got their whole life set ahead of them, you know, their future is bright and it's amazing. It's really funny. But more to the point of like the point I'm trying to make, right, is like, am I a bad parent if I don't gamble at all? You know, if I don't even entertain the probability of like a brighter future for my kid if I gamble, I don't know. I haven't really thought about that yet. Because for me, I feel like I'm pretty comfortable with answers concerning me and my well-being. Because I know what makes me happy. I know roughly how I can be satisfied with the world. I know what I want to do with my time and my energy. I know the people I like. I know the things I enjoy doing, etc., etc. I don't know what my potential future kids would like. And that's kind of like, I don't know. Mashing your sperm with egg is gambling anyway. Not all your sperm are the same. Not all our eggs are the same. Everything is risk and reward, risk and punishment. This is choosing to gamble again. Well, like, what if I don't gamble? What if I don't gamble and my kid turns like 14 and starts going in their like rebellious phase and goes like, Dad, fuck you, Dad, for not, you know, for not spending the money gambling on the good genes. Now I have to work so hard to pass at school while all my friends are like, they just study the book in 1 second and then they can go and screw around in the park or whatever, but I have to sit here and read through the whole thing. This is all your fault. I hate that I was born. You know, like what do I say to my future 14-year-old teenager? You know? Perhaps acknowledging that you need to gamble for a better future is an indication of your confidence in the ability to provide for your child. Not a bad thought. Well, it's pretty difficult to live in right now. That's true. I think that's totally fair. Yeah, because it's like, you know, if you're thinking about that, then you are clearly not that confident in having a kid and being able to give them, you know, the best that you could provide that it would be necessary to survive in this world, which, you know, can definitely be seen in a sympathetic light. Absolutely, yeah. But like, you know, I'm just thinking, what if my future 14-year-old teenager, what if my future non-existent at the moment 14-year-old teenager, like, what if they invented a time machine and like at that point, and then my teenager kind of like travels back in time. I'm in like shitposting territory, right? Like, what if my future teenager travels back in time to like me when I was just making the decision of whether or not to gamble on the genetics, and then going like, Dad, please put all of your money in musical ability, please, God, like, you need to do this. My life will be ruined if you don't do this. And I have to, you know, I'm looking at the time traveler like, okay, I guess you want me to buy like an extra, like, do you want me to buy more instruments too? Like, should I get a violin and a cello and a piano and a trombone and like, you know, what do you want?
Fun conversation. Gotta go though.
Okay, all right, see you later. Sorry for taking up your time. Thank you for coming. Thank you for popping back in and talking about this. See you later.
Tell your child tough luck, but you came from my nut. Now go do your homework or you're grounded.
But then it's like I would be repeating the mistakes of my ancestors, you know? And I don't want to do that. It is what it is. If you don't do it for some reason, later you regret it, you can't regret what's already done. I know, but like that's why I'm thinking about it now. What if they invented a time machine is the most philosophy guy thing to ever say. That's like my whole premise. What if they invented a time machine is like literally the premise of my lore. The premise of my lore is like, what if they invented a time machine? That is those are the first words, or that's like the first thing in the lore video. That's kind of like the genesis of the way the Library of Alexandria is set up now in a way in which I existed. And to explore the philosophical implications of that is what I intend to do eventually when I get enough time to write more about the lore, but I have the premise set up. So that's literally like that's actually like line 1 of what I'm about. What if they invented a time machine? It'll be humanity's final invention. You won't have to invent anything after that. Because you just get the time machine. Thing with augmentations on not yet existing children is that you cannot get consent or their input. Yes. Absolutely. But again, I'm not really concerned with their input so much as I'm like concerned for their future. Like, I'm not really concerned with what opinion they have on the matter. I'm concerned with their future well-being at the end of the day, which is unfortunately somewhat impacted by wait, how do I get out? Oh, I know how to do this. Which is somewhat impacted by, you know, these unknown factors such as augmentation, leading to talents and birth, not defects, but, you know, birth advantages. You're saying that what would unsettle you is your 14-year-old's bratty crash outs? Well, no, I don't know if it would well, actually, yeah, a little bit. Like, not because they think you're dumb, dad, and I don't like you. Because here's the thing, is I know what's gonna happen. I know no matter how great of a parent I am, like, my kid is gonna be like, you're an idiot, I hate you, you don't know anything, you wouldn't get it, you know, like, because I was once upon a time a kid. Like, I'm 60 years old now, right? But I was once a kid. I know it's hard to believe, but I also was once a teenager. And I thought, I feel like it's also like, every kid goes through this where you think you know everything, or at least like, you think you know better than your parents. Probably. I don't know. I feel like it's likely. I feel like it's pretty likely. Especially if I'm raising them the way I intend to raise them, right? Which is to question everything. If I were to raise a kid, like, they would be so annoying. Like, all the time. They'd just be saying shit. They'd just be saying shit to, like, annoy people. And, like, criticize them. And that would be me. That would be the way I raise them, you know? That makes sense. Okay, we got that. Oh, nice. Does this gate open? I don't think this does. Oh, well. There's a way to come back here and, like, put up a red or blue laser, so if we, you know, if a puzzle requires that, we can do that. But we'll also need a reflector, so. Did you ask this already, but consider editing out the depression gene in your dumb kid? Yes, you know, what if I don't? You know, what if I don't edit okay, seriously though, right? Seriously though. What if, and this is probably, again, a very ignorant, like, biologically inconsistent, unscientific speculation, because, again, I'm a philosophy major, and the STEM majors have got things to do. They can't be sitting around talking to a philosophy major all day while the guy ponders over nothing. But what if I don't edit out certain things like anxiety disorders, or, like, you know, depressive mood disorders, and then my kid gets depressed because the world sucks, and then they think, like, man, if only my dad had edited out the gene at the time, you know? Or maybe, what if my kid asks me, like, hey dad, can I go do this surgery? And I go like, oh no, for what? Is it for like, you know, is it for some sort of like, you know, aesthetic reason? You know you're beautiful just the way you are, my child, you know, don't worry. These things are superficial. My love for you is everlasting. You could say that shit, right? You could say all the shit. And then my child would go, no, actually, I'm like mega depressed and I am genuinely feeling suicidal, and this is not your fault, father, for you have done a great job, but it is just due to certain things that are out of both of our control. Can I get your consent on this form here to allow me to go undergo this surgery to remove certain parts of my brain that are causing this depressive thing? And then maybe there are side effects, right? Like, I don't know. What would I say? I don't know what I would say. I'm gonna answer this computer before I think further. Apocryphal. The Apocryphal of Saint Eadwald. This vision was granted by the Archangel Uriel to the humble servant Eadwald, that he might bear testimony of something function. I turned to the north and saw 7 black clouds coming down upon the land, and each cloud was a plague unleashed from the throne of God in the time of the Nephilim. In that age the plagues were buried in the pit, there to remain until the end of days, which was shortly now come. I fell to my knees and prayed, and before me appeared 7 angels riding their chariots, wheels within wheels, turning in the sky, and their light hid the clouds from my sight. One angel stepped down onto the earth, and by his fiery sword I knew him to be Uriel. Uriel. He spoke, saying, 7 plagues have awoken in the land, but not at the hand of Elohim. Look upon the wages of sin. And shall he send forth the deluge once more, to cleanse the land of this evil? Shall he end all that slithers and all that crawls, and the birds of the sky and the fishes of the sea, to end that which you uncovered in your folly? Sarabai? Everything's dark and quiet. The stars are brighter than I've ever seen them. I can hear the faint sound of water high above. Inside, Alexandra is recording one of her time capsule messages while running tests on the scenario module. Arcadia is uploading another batch to the archive while muttering something about the MLA program, and Omar is sleeping on the couch we put up yesterday. And I'm sitting here writing this, having trouble believing that it will ever end. That this oddly peaceful existence of ours won't just go on forever. I look at Talos and EL, and their purpose seems like something that's always going to be in the future, an ideal to work towards, not something that will become real. I wonder if there will be quiet places in the simulation, places to rest without thinking about the future. I hope so. Everyone deserves some moments of peace. In the simulation. So, okay. So that's what this is. This is the simulation. Right? This is the simulation that I exist in. It has to be. Hope.eml. Hi, I hope you get this. The internet's been disappearing unpredictably. I want you to know that I'm going to try and get to you. I know it's far and there's not a lot of time, but I think I can manage. I want to be with you in something on the road. Trying to get to you seems better than just staying here so far away from you. At least I'll be as close as I can get. Remember a thing. But hey, don't be sad. I might make it. I've thought about it, and the distance should be crossable on time, assuming the thing don't kick in before thing. See you soon, and I love you. Who is that? Hope. .email. Someone's Hope email. Okay. Sure. Giving birth and raising a child's hard, so my child doesn't get to have an opinion. You would... I'm not going to say that you would be a bad parent, but what I will say is if you were my parent, I wouldn't like you. I think. I don't know. I'm way too headstrong and feel the need to express my opinion that, like, I cannot. And the thing is, like, my parents are also kind of like that, which is why I've grown to, like, no, that's not true, actually. Yeah, now that I think about it, no. Like, my parents are also kind of stubborn and headstrong, but over time, like, I've been able to persuade them and convince them of things that were previously not in their purview. And, you know, to the detriment of no one, of course, to the betterment of all of us, right? Like, it's been good for everyone. So, like, I don't think anyone's that stubborn, but... I would try everything else to help with their depression. Surgery would be the last option. So what if, you know, you really did try everything else, right? And then you can kind of say, well, surely there's more things to try. And I would agree with you on an abstract level if I were advising someone else, but if it were my own kid, I don't know. That's why these questions are important for me to ask, not from like the perspective of like, oh, if this happened to someone, you know, if a parent and you were the doctor. No. I'm saying like, what if it was your kid? What if it was you and your family member and it was someone you cared about, you know? What if it was your like life partner? I don't know. I have to think about that now because like I'm not gonna have the time to think about that. Well, I will, but you know, I'm not gonna have enough time to ever think about this, so I need to get a head start by thinking about it now. Here's in the hypothetical future. In this household where schizophrenics now go to your room. I'm not gonna tell my kid to go to my room because that would be great. I would like. Would I punish? How would I punish my child? How would I punish my child? I would punish my child by... Let me think. I don't really believe in punishment, actually. Yeah. Where am I supposed to go? Oh my goodness, that is a long distance. That's 1, 2 centuries, and then 1 gate at the end. Okay. What's over here then? Glad I was able to do that. Okay. I don't know. I'm thinking a lot about it. I think more than necessary. Frankly. I don't think any person should be thinking about this for this much. But I'm doing that. I'm thinking about it. I'm doing the thoughts. Because if I don't think about this, who's gonna think about this? It's gonna be me and like my future partner probably. Or I mean my, you know, like my current partner who I am happily dating who is your Oshi, right? Like, you know. Etc, etc. Citrus paribus. Dude, what am I supposed to do? How do I get the second thing? Is there a second thing? There is. Okay, right there. That's what I need to do. Oh god damn. Ah. All right. And like, you know, I'm the philosophy major here. I'm gonna be the one thinking about this shit. This is not gonna be something I could like, you know, offload to someone else and go like, oh, I'll let the experts do the thinking. I'm not the expert, but like, I know enough to worry about this. I know enough to stress about this, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Don't you guys ever think about this? Don't you guys ever worry about your future kids? No? It's just me? It's just me? Am I insane? I can't be. I'm perfectly sane. I'm incredibly reasonable. No, I do not. No, I do think about these things sometimes. Yeah, because it's like, you know, if I can't solve these, if I can't really have a good grasp on how I feel about these problems, then like, I can't even conceive of, you know, having a kid then. Like, I can't just recklessly bring a kid into this world without thinking about all the, you know, horrible shit that they're gonna have to deal with, that I'm gonna have to deal with, them dealing with. You know? I don't know. It's weird. Is there anything here to noteworthy? No, not really. Okay. Bring this out here. Bring this out here as well. Okay. Now we got 2 jammers. Now we can go here, I think. Right? Is that correct? Because there was like a second field, right? There it is. Which allows us the third jammer. Which we can use to just jam that thing. But we're going to bring it with us just in case. Once you have 2 jammers, you can like go through any field door, so. With 1, it's stuck in that zone. Cause like then, cause you have to think, okay, like, am I the only one that like, am I the only one that thinks this? Am I the only one that thinks like you kind of have to have a pretty good idea of what you're doing before you like, never mind, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna go any further than with that thought because that is too much personal information, I think. The point I'm trying to make is, I'm worried not just about like, you know, my future, but also my future kids' future. But also then, I cannot be the only person who's worrying about these things. So it must be that someone else out there is also thinking these thoughts. Or not just someone else, so like people out there are thinking these thoughts. And there's no good answer to these questions. So surely it must fall to someone to give these answers. Who would it be? Would it be the almighty, all-powerful, all-genius philosopher VTuber? I don't think so. But like, I would at least have... I have to, you know, I've got to carve a name out for myself in some ways by asking the questions in the first place. You know? I don't know. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe I am crazy. What? Okay. 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 Nope, not okay anymore. What the hell's going on? Okay, okay, okay. Oh, no okay anymore. Wait. Okay. 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 Oh, wait. Oh, wait. How do I bring an item over here? Is there any way I can shoot it with that fan? Okay. I shoot an item over here with that fan. I need to activate that fan. I have this jammer now, and I have this fan blade. Okay. Come here, jam this. Where's the button to? Oh, it's it. Oh, okay. Now what do I shoot over? The fan? I guess. The fan blade? There's nothing else to... Does that not work? I don't think that works. I don't think it works like that. Wait. There, that's what I use. I'll probably need 2, so I can do this. Grab this one. Got 2 cubes. Go here. The cube here. It activates with a blue laser, which we'll get by... Oh my god, I'm solving this puzzle at light speed. Can you imagine? There we go. And we've done it. And we've done it. We've not yet done it. Hold on. We are about to have done it. I can bring this jammer back on the left here. Leave this here. Bring this here. Here, here, here. Could even bring a crate if I wanted. I don't think I need this, but like, oh, never mind. I could. I don't think I could. Never mind. Wait, I don't need to. I didn't need to do that. I could have just. All right, whatever. Well, I did anyways. I'm very close to unlocking 3, whatever that means. I don't know what that means yet, but I don't know why that's not unlocked either. I guess we can just walk out, but alright. I get it as a godparent and as older sibling, I worry about the future generations' well-being all the time. It sucks. It sucks, man. Like you have to... Because it's not just you anymore. If it was just you, it would be so easy. Like, I know me. I could do me. Me is fine. I know what me likes. I know what me wants. I gotta think about the future and other people too. And not just like other people in like a vague, abstract, like economic sense where, oh, well, you know, like a few deaths is a tragedy. Like 1,000 deaths is a statistic. Like that idea, right? Where people get really desensitized the more, like the further disconnected, the more disconnected they are from the thing. But I don't know. Whoa, this one is far away and very cool. Wow. Just wanted to take a dip, you know, wanted to see what's up. I don't expect a secret here, I just kind of want to wander around the castle. Perhaps they are beautiful because they have no purpose. There is so much beauty in these hidden corners of the world, even if they have no purpose. Indeed, even if... I wonder who wrote those. Well, probably the same, like, writing team, but, you know. Were they real players? Probably not. But they could have been. They could have been, like, playtesters who thought those thoughts. Multiply impossible ascension. Okay, grab the 2 things first. Oh. 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 There's a rainbow. How lovely. Okay, now, what does this do? I know what this does. I know what this does. I know what this does. It does that. Yes. What? Wait, but then why would I want it up there? How high does it go? Not high enough. That's not high enough. What? Hmm. Okay, we need another cube. Oh, that gives us another cube. We get that first. Okay, so this into this shouldn't be too hard, right? Yep. Oh, that's fine. Now we get our second cube. Now it's tall enough. Now it has to be tall enough to shoot over there. Right? I actually have no clue what the game wants from me. What could it mean? No. I need to get the third cube right now from this. I'd almost forgotten. Anything here to see? Could you stack 3 cubes here and get somewhere? I don't think so. Okay. I don't know, I'm just worrying about my grandkids. Worried about my grandkids and the future and things like that. I don't really have much to say beyond just like empty speculations. And frankly, just very tired ones as well. Because I don't really know, like these questions don't go anywhere. I hope that I'm not the only one to have asked these, and I hope that what I've done is I've been able to articulate them better than like maybe the average person was able to. And so that way there would have been some sense of purpose to it. I cannot put it on top of 2 cubes. That is troubling. Why is that? Wait. Oh, I get it. 1, 2, 3. That's not enough. Is that enough? Nope. But that... Now it should be enough. There we are. Okay. Here we are. Ooh. Almost to left tower 3. I'm gonna end the stream by doing like floor 3. There's 8 floors? I feel like I'm almost done with the game. But we've only just finished floor 2. What is going on with this game? No, I don't know if I want to finish at floor 3, because this is going to take a while. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then that's it, right? And then you can go through the gates. Oh, it's back. I wish I could swing this. I don't really, but it'd be nice. Could I just bring this into a level? I didn't really think about that. Let me see. You cannot.
Chaos is that which existed before time.
Yeah.
When the words of a story lose their meaning,
Yep.
when actions cease to have purpose.
Hmm.
Know that only faith can protect you from this peril. Here, in the Garden of Worlds.
Garden of Worlds. Wait a minute. Whoa. What the fuck? Wait, what? Wait, what? Suppose everything here serves a precise role in some grand scheme. How would we explain that? It's obviously like a digital time capsule, an electric library of all the crazy stuff the humans ever did, left behind to warn other species to stay well away. So what happened to them? Same thing that happens to everyone. They existed and then they didn't, and they probably won't do it all over again. Nietzsche. Ah, it's a conversation between sheep and Nietzsche. Everyone, this is kind of scary. Can somebody, like, hold me?
Money. Money. I'm rich. Money. 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 I'm rich. Money.
What is happening? I'm terrified.
Money, money, money. Woohoo! Yeehaw!
I'm terrified. Somebody help me.
Money. Rich. Rich.
You must hold yourself in the face of danger. I'm holding myself right now. Why is he stopped? Okay.
Money. Money. I'm rich. Money.
Pork Parker.
Money, money, money. Woohoo! Yeehaw!
Is this what it's like?
Money. Rich. Rich.
I don't like that it's kind of quiet sometimes as they like loop the animation.
Money. I'm rich. Money.
What is going on? What is happening? Help.
Money, money, money.
I'm scared.
Woohoo! Yeehaw!
This is a horror game. This is now a horror game.
Rich, rich.
Oh, it's, yeah, okay, I'm gonna stay away.
Money. I'm rich. Money. Money, money, money. Woohoo! Yeehaw! Ooh, money. Rich, rich.
Okay. Alright. okay, okay. That wasn't like an Easter egg. Like, you could have... It was very obvious that you would want to try to walk into it. They wanted you to see that. So why do they want me to see that? What was that about? What was that about? What was that? Oh my god, that's terrifying. Alright, beep boop, what we got? Family.html. For those of you who have faithfully followed this blog for the last 5 years, I just wanted to give you one final update. I'm gonna spend my remaining time with my family. Yep, I know. There are probably 50 plus posts about all the problems I've had with them. Excuse me, I have to drink some water. But in the end, they are my family. They are the people I grew up with, the people I care about, the people I love. Sure, they annoy the hell out of me, and they've said awful things to me, and I've said awful things to them. But that doesn't change who we are. In fact, if we didn't care about each other, this stuff wouldn't upset us. Do I still think they were wrong? Yeah, absolutely. Would I behave differently if I thought we all still had a lot of time? Definitely. But we don't, so I'd rather spend a couple of weeks sitting on the porch with my parents and my sisters than being angry and alone. Besides, it's not like we're going to fight about my job prospects anymore. If you can, try to make peace with those you love. It's your last chance. Thanks for reading. Last days start ML. From Alan Jameson Institute for Applied Nomadics to Fran. Last days. You know what the oddest thing is about all this? We're not constantly fighting, having nervous breakdowns, screaming at each other. We're actually really polite and focused, and we spend most of our time debating the nature of humanity and how we can best succeed at probably the most ambitious thing anyone's ever tried. Like it was completely normal, like that's just how people are. I feel like we've turned into Star Trek characters or something. I guess, what's the point of doing anything else? Getting angry isn't gonna help, but I didn't expect to feel like this at all. And you know what? It's awesome. Many greetings and good luck, Alan. P.S. Love from George. Oh, that's a friendly email. For the end of the world, that's... you know, quite amicable. This feels like the imagery that was used at the beginning of the game. We started somewhere that looked like this. And then now we're in the last level and it looks like this too. And faith. This is kind of like, this is the land of faith. Land of, like, God, right? So we started with the Greeks. We started with the Greek, and then we got to the, what was the next one? I forget what the next one was. Elohim's Temple. The Land of Death. And the Land of Faith. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I don't know. Egypt? I think that's, yeah, I think that's where it's like inspired, but I don't know what the name of it is like. I don't know what the name of it is. Come to think of it, I don't know what the name of the first one is either for the Greeks. I have no clue. But anyways, I have been streaming for about 4 hours. That's a good time. I'm quite happy with that. I'm not gonna stream anymore, I think, because I think like I'm getting a little fatigued from the puzzles, and more importantly, I'm running out of things to say that are not gonna tear into more conversations that I'm not mentally prepared for. I will say I'm planning to do a rant stream in due course, but it is not going as planned, or at least like I originally thought I was prepared for it. Now I realize I'm not actually that prepared for it. I want to rant about like the AI boyfriend girlfriend thing, but like I realize I'm not sympathetic enough in my approach. Like I think there's some nuance to it. I think I want to be more sympathetic. I want to do my research for people who do engage with this, and not in a way that's like, you know, ew, look at that, that's gross. Like these people are so awful because they're so like lonely. That's not what I want to do. Like that would be very mean, and that's not the point. The point is I'm trying to introduce a very difficult concept. That is, you have to tank loneliness, basically. Like you have to tank not having what you want, which is a really hard thing to say to someone who is lonely or who is like, you know, socially starved. And don't worry, I get it. Like, believe me, I understand, right? It's a really difficult thing to tell someone who doesn't want to hear it. So right now I'm thinking about how to do that. And originally I thought it'd be easy. Now not so much. How do you tell people who just have it, who like for whom, you know, like maybe online like dating apps and their, you know, history of interacting with other humans have ended in horrible things, and because of that they no longer feel the desire to engage with the outside world? How do you tell them, and instead they, you know, they ease and soothe their loneliness and their social pains by like talking to an AI bot, like a chatbot, right? How do I go and tell them, me who is someone who doesn't experience that degree and extent of, you know, loneliness, right? How do I just tell them, just tank it, dude, just tank the loneliness. Trust me, it's better for your soul if you tank it. Like I am in no place to say that, but I need to say that. That's very important, because I truly believe that you need to tank loneliness. You need to tank this unpleasant shit to live. Like to exist is to suffer. But you can't. How do you tell that to someone who has had enough pain? You know. I can research it more so I can play devil's advocate. I mean, like, we can have like a. You don't have to. Don't like think that you have to do anything to help me. Like, I'm just telling you that I'm trying to, like, you know, I'm putting the pieces together, and it's taken a little longer than I thought it would.
Money. Money. I'm rich. Money. 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 I'm rich. Money. Money, money, money. Woohoo! Yeah. Ooh, money. Rich.
But yeah, that's just something I think about, because it's not so much I'm trying to think of like the moral argument or whatever, like the whole, like the philosophical arguments against using AI bots as romantic partners or whatever. Like, that's not the, I'm not trying to win a debate. I'm not trying to win a debate. I'm trying to invoke something. I'm trying to put an unpleasant feeling in someone. But not just that. I'm trying to disturb someone. Not just to disturb them though. I'm trying to disturb someone in a way that makes them want to be disturbed. But nobody wants to be unsettled. Nobody wants to be disturbed. Unsettled is the word, I think, yeah. Was it this game that was like, philosophy is like unsettling? Or was it someone who said that I'm like misquoting? But I remember hearing like how philosophy is the art of unsettlement or unsettlingness, and that has stuck with me quite a bit. Didn't know they put you in the game. Me when I get like a me when I get a $50 super chat. This is me when I got a $50 super chat from Exeon earlier today.
I'm rich. Money.
Thank you, Exeon, again.
Money. Woohoo!
You're probably not here, but like this is me right now. This is me right now. Yep.
Ooh, money.
Oh my god. It's ridiculous. Anyways, that's probably it for the stream today. I think what I will do... Is this still audio? If I like tab out? There's no audio if I escape, there's some audio, but if I don't... There we are. Anyways, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. And it's not a simple thing. It's not as simple as just coming up with an argument that's like, okay, here's why you're wrong and here's why you should listen to me. That's not what it's about. It's really about pushing people who need to hear it into a position that is uncomfortable for them, but ultimately they know it's for their own good. And that's super hard. And I would rather not rush that and do it right. So I think I could be ready to do that on like a Friday or Saturday this week, but I'm not sure. That's the reason why the schedule's kind of like up in the air right now. I'll play some Detroit Become Human tomorrow. So, you know, if you're thinking about if I'll stream tomorrow, yes, I will. I will stream, and I will stream Detroit Become Human. I'll schedule that right after this one. But yeah, like it's... You see where I'm struggling, right? You see this? This makes sense. This is making sense, right? I don't know. Anyways, I'll see everyone soon tomorrow for that. It'll probably be more fun. I'll probably see more people because Detroit Become Human is a lot more popular and a lot more dramatic and a lot more fun to watch. So that will happen then. In the meantime, I will be trying to cook that stream, that like AI boyfriend-girlfriend phenomenon. And I hope that lands. I hope that doesn't miss, because that's again, it's a discuss. It's one of those discussion streams where I don't often do discussion streams. Usually, when I want to discuss something, I just come out and I say it, right? Like I just kind of workshop it and I think about it. But so that'll hopefully be important. Goodbye, bye 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 bye. See everyone tomorrow, or not, if you are not available tomorrow, maybe. Who knows? For this stream, can you look into the story about the guy that married Hatsune Miku? Alright, I'll write it down. I'll do it, I'll write it down.